Presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. Sound check, clerk's laptop. Sound check, clerk's laptop. Sound check, presenter's laptop. Sound check, presenter's laptop. Thank you very much. Progress. Presenter's laptop. Presenter's laptop. Sound check. Clerk's laptop. Clerk's laptop. Sound check. Council meeting, December 16, 2020.
Yeah, my outlook was down for the last 3 days.
Clerk's laptop. Presenter's laptop. Presenter's laptop. And
going live now, so if you would just bear with while I do the introductions, and then we'll come to you for a roll call. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this council meeting, last council meeting of 2020. And, you know, I'm sure like you, like many of us, would be happy to see 2020 behind us at this point. But we do have to get through a fairly substantial agenda today. So thank you for all of your patience and your efficiency as we do that. City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Giron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which has an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And we further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of the land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of Council are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, and as well a reminder to keep your devices, electronic devices, to a non-audible function during our meeting. And a reminder that the 5-minute limit will be applied here during this meeting. Members can submit the request to speak if they require more time to ask for questions. Thank you for all of that. Let me just go to the roll call for who was present. Let me ask Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Nin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Marula is away. Councillor Collins.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Councillor Jackson.
Here, your worship.
You are indeed. Councillor Pauls. Not back yet or gone? Oh, yes, that's true. She'll be back shortly. Councillor Danko.
Good morning, President.
Good morning. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, ma'am. Councillor Whitehead.
President, the light is shining.
Rightly. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek. Good morning. Councillor Ferguson. I'm present. Thank you. Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson.
Good morning, President.
And Councillor Clark.
Good morning, sir.
I'd say all present and accounted for. Thank you all very much. We'll go to approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good morning. There are 2 changes to the disposition of the communication items. Item 4.3, correspondence from Halton Region respecting the resolution in regards to the water supply for 720, 768, and 780 Mountain Brow Road in Aldershot, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works for appropriate action. Item 4.2, correspondence from Ian Borisk of Environment Hamilton on behalf of the Hamilton Transit Alliance, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works and Finance and Corporate Services for appropriate action. There are 9 added communication items. Item 4.2, correspondence respecting the protest for defunded police. Item BF from Craig Burley, recommendation to be received. Item 4.23, correspondence from the town of Carleton Place, requesting support for the resolution respecting a request to the Government of Ontario, with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.24, correspondence from the Township of Matachewan, requesting support for the resolution requesting that the application deadline on any further grants have longer turnaround time, with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.25, correspondence from the Hamilton's Farmer Market Stallholder Association respecting fee relief, with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.26, correspondence from the Associate Minister of Small Business and Red Tape Reduction, with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.27, correspondence from General Rick Hillier, Chair of the COVID-19 Vaccine Distribution Task Force respecting Ontario's Vaccine Distribution Implementation Plan, with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.28, correspondence from Craig Burley respecting conditions on transit funding, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works and Finance and Corporate Services for appropriate action. Item 4.29, correspondence from the Minister the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting enforcement orders under the Reopening Ontario Act with a recommendation to be received. Item 4.30, correspondence from A. Douglas Burns, Burns and Associates, respecting the Code of Conduct complaint against Councillor Marula with a recommendation to be received and referred to consideration of item 4.20. Item 4.2AV to be renumbered as 4.31 and put under correspondence regarding homelessness. Change to the order of the items. We're suggesting that item 6.5 be moved up to be dealt with prior to the General Issues Committee Report 20-023. And there's one added notice of motion from Councillor Collins with ministerial zoning order request to facilitate the Rapid Housing Initiative to construct affordable housing. And there's one added private and confidential matter, item 9.2, potential regulatory litigation update, PW 19008K, and it's citywide. That's
Okay,
everything.
thank you. And let me ask all members of council to go on mute, please, until you're asked to speak or recognized to speak. That'd be appreciated because we're hearing some background noise as a result of not being there. Thank you for that. And a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Can I see a motion? Councillor Partridge, thank you. Councillor Pearson. And on the agenda as amended. Okay, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not hear an amendment for 4.3. And I'm just wondering through you to clerks, right now 4.3 reads to be endorsed. And I believe that that is inaccurate. It is to be referred to the General Manager of Public Works, Dan McKinnon, and water wastewater staff. Could I
Okay, and
get
so
confirmation?
in changes to the agenda, it reads that it be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works for appropriate action.
Okay, because I'm seeing something different on my e-scribe. Thank you.
Yeah, that would have been a change to the agenda at this point. So that's been corrected based on, I assume, what you're supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear
Okay.
that, so I apologize.
No problem. Thank you. So a motion to approve the agenda. I saw waving earlier, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Partridge will second that. Thank you. All in favor then? Or opposed or any further speakers? Sorry, did I miss anyone? Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that same item 4.3, which is a very, very lengthy piece of correspondence with a lot of history to it. I was anticipating a staff report on it, but I just want to make sure I understand the amended direction for appropriate
Okay, so we're not there yet. We're only approving the agenda at this point. And when we get to communications, we'll be dealing with that item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the agenda as amended, we're going back to a vote. It was moved by Pearson, seconded by Partridge. All in favor, opposed, or abstaining? Votes there. Anyone having difficulty voting? Everybody's able? Councillor Vanderbeek? Not seeing just yet. And Councillor Pauls is not back as yet. Okay, thank you. That's carried. And let me ask if there are any declarations of interest, please. Okay, I see a number of hands. So let's start from the top. Councillor Johnson, then I saw Councillor Wilson and Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. It is in private and confidential, and it is regarding the appeal process. I'm sorry, I had it and then I just lost it. Maybe the clerks can help me out because I had to declare a conflict. Even though I have no financial gain, my assistant's last name is Demick, and it's her family that's part of the appeal process, and to avoid any conflict in the future, I'm going to have to declare a conflict in this item.
Okay, thank you. So we'll identify the item and you'll vote accordingly when the item comes up in camera and out of camera should it come up at that point. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, declarations of interest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item 38 in the GIC report. I'm declaring an interest in that item on the basis of my spouse's potential involvement directly or through firms within which he is associated in negotiations that might arise as a result of that report's, the original report's implementation. And then on item 9 under AFA, I'm abstaining on that, not because of any for financial reasons. It's just the perception of interest. I have an extended family member who lives in that particular survey, which is subject to the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you. I have a conflict on planning report item 10.
Okay, thank you. And I will assume that at that point we will separate that out as a separate vote so you can declare your conflict or abstain. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead. You need to unmute yourself at this point. I can't hear you just yet.
I just want to speak to the correspondence defund the police.
That comes up in communication, so we're not there yet.
Right.
Thank you. So any other declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none, thank you for all that. We go to the City Council meeting of November the 25th, the approval of the minutes. Is there any discussion on those minutes? If not, I will take a motion to approve. I'll take volunteers on that if you like. Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. All in favor of those minutes then? The vote will pop up shortly. Hopefully. There it is. Oops. I'm not sure if mine went through. It clicked off, did it? Great, thank you. Anyone else having difficulty? I see Councillor Vanderbeek is back. You're
I can't
supportive?
vote.
Okay, thumbs up. Not able to vote as yet. And Councillor Pauls has not returned just yet. Okay, and that's carried. Thank you very much. And we're going to turn to communications. Councillor Clark, I have a motion to get the communication items on the floor, and then we will take a speakers list. So again, use your, I think the eScribe system we're using today for speakers list, Lauren. Yes, okay, thank you. And you know, a wave of the hand also works, but better if we can do it formally. Councillor Clark, a motion on the communications, please. Can't, you have to unmute yourself, sir. Thank you. I think we can hear you now.
Sorry, I'm jumping between two pages, and if I'm not on the right page, I can't unmute myself. My fault. That the December 16th, 2020 council communications be approved as amended as presented. And that's the motion.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder for that, please. Councillor Whitehead, thank you. And to first on communications items, Councillor Whitehead, which item would you like to speak to? Not unmuted just yet.
So I have to go back and forth between the page and go back to the other page to unmute.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's to the defund the police correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, give us the item number here. Is that item
There's several.
42?
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead. Number of letters there. Sure. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, so on Sunday, November 29th, I had the pleasure to speak with some of the representatives from the defund police protest. I believe that their advocacy for mental health, housing, and affordable housing is needed. Hamilton is a regional center which naturally attracts people of risk and those in need, a characteristic of our city I have highlighted for a very long time. While these concerns are not new to Hamilton, we take more than our fair share on. Currently, our hospitals serve more than 2.5 million people. I am proud of our public service record, and there's no question that this group arguments on the need for appropriate housing are valid. Given these concerns, they cannot be resolved entirely on the backs of property tax base. I echo the group's call for federal and provincial governments to provide appropriate funding based on needs, not per capita. During our conversation, I suggested that housing, poverty, and mental health services should not be conflated with police funding. Hamilton Police Services houses less officers per 100,000 residents compared to our competitors. Our officers have families and contribute vitally to our community. Many programs currently funded through the HPS are necessary and serve to assist with the concerns raised. It may be possible to improve spending in some areas, but at 50% reduction in funding is unreasonable and would no doubt cause damage to our community, especially given the that over 80% of the budget goes to directly to staffing. While I respect the group's voices, defunding the police is not the solution. It is not too bad that there are residents in our community that want to paint all officers with the same brush. And police officers punch well above their weight class. My office gets regular requests asking for more police presence in Ward 14, but other parts of the city, as well as other parts of the city. Money appropriate from HPS budget would not come close to what is needed for housing, and some issues raised surrounding housing needs fall directly under the purview of the Ministry of Health. As a city, we have a lot of work ahead to bridge and heal this divide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else speaking to item 4.2? Seeing not, I've got Councillors Wilson and Danko. Councillor Wilson, go ahead. Your item number, please, or your communications number.
I think it was 4.3.
4.3, yep.
Yep.
Go
I
ahead.
just looking for some clarity on the amended direction. When I read the correspondence, which is of significant length and could have implications for Hamilton, it is noted in some of the concerns raised during the discussions over a long period of time. The original recommendation was to endorse that which is set out. But now it is for appropriate action. So I'm just looking for some clarity of what exactly that means, appropriate action. Does that mean reporting back to planning or public works? Does it mean to secure some, I'm just looking for some insight on that, please.
Okay, and I'm not sure who, Public Works, obviously, General Manager of Public Works, Dan McKinnon, are you on the call? Can you provide some clarity around this recommendation to receive and refer to you for
Yes,
appropriate action?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay? I'm having some bandwidth issues, so I'm going to keep my camera off. So this correspondence would be best handled if we were to report back to council. So that's our intention to do that,
Thank
is to provide committee and council with the background on this and the implications of it so that they can process this request.
Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate that then.
Great, thank you. Next up is Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko, which item would you like to speak to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 4.9 and 4.12. So I can do them one at a time. You can come back to me, or I'll just do them together. Either way.
Let's do 4.9, and if there's anyone else on that, we'll ask, and then we'll move on to the next one. Go ahead.
Okay. 4.9 is correspondence from two of our city BIAs, the Downtown Dundas BIA and the Waterdown BIA, raising some concerns, just to, their general struggles that they've been facing through COVID. And they both highlight some of the what they see as, I guess, unfair practices where some of the really large corporate retail outlets, have many people in their stores and have been doing quite well throughout this pandemic, whereas the local independently owned stores and the BIAs and similar businesses are struggling much harder than some of those other larger retail outlets. So I guess I request maybe that we could refer this to the EOC, because one of the issues that's raised is right now we're sort of on the brink of a complete lockdown. And I know in Mississauga and in other areas that have been in lockdown, one of the issues is that those big corporate retail outlets that are selling everything from patio furniture to barbecues to food and essential items are continuing to sell everything, whereas the smaller stores are being forced to close and lock down. So I believe in Mississauga there was a motion. I can't recall what came of it, but there was some discussion about those large, department style stores, big box stores, only being able to sell essential items to, so to essentially level the playing field. So I guess I just request now that we're kind of possibly going into lockdown, we might be facing a similar situation, to refer this to the EOC, just to give that some thought and about how that might look like in the weeks to come.
Okay, appreciate that. Is there anyone else speaking to this item? on this item, Councillor Pauls. And let me ask Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Van de Beek, and Councillor Clark, I see at this point, your microphones are all live. So if you could go on mute, please, that would be helpful, then we don't have any background noise. And then Councillor Pauls, on this item. You have to unmute yourself as well, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate Councillor Danko bringing this up, but as a chair of all the BIAs, I fully support the request for us, City Council, to continue to advocate on their behalf. And we all know that small business are a cornerstone, or they're a fabric of our city. And that's why, Mayor, I supported your mayor's task force in supporting local business. So I really appreciate it. And I was thrilled when you called me and said, can you put the motion through? So I want to thank you for that. So I just want to say thank you to council. We will advocate for the BIAs and for all those hundreds of small businesses that are here in our city. So I just want to say that. And also we have another one, but then I'll go back online. I have another item that I want to speak to.
Yeah, you are on the speakers list. We're just asking for additional speakers on this item, so we can clear this one off. Thank you. And you are on the list for other items later.
Okay.
Councillor Partridge, I saw your hand go up on this item. No, not on this item. Okay, you're on the speakers list. Thank you. Anyone else on this one? Councillor Van der Beek?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I really want to confirm the things that the two speakers before me have said. It is a significant problem for small businesses everywhere when the big box stores can sell absolutely everything under the guise of selling essential items. And sir, I don't know what the answer is. Well, I do know what the answer is. I know what the answer is that I'd like, but I don't know how much influence we would have, but I do think that that a motion to ask the government to please look at that, to see if there's something that the EOC can do to make some changes locally, if possible, to deal with those big box stores. Whatever is possible to level that playing field, I feel we have a responsibility to do. We depend on those small businesses, and they are hurting. So if Councillor Danko were to move a motion, I'd be happy to second it. If not, I'd be happy to move it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I'll maybe ask you to kind of refer that to motions if you want to draft something up in that regard, and we can deal with that later in the meeting. Right now we're dealing with communications, and we're referring this one to EOC for providing some additional background information in terms of what can be done. Okay, so anyone else on this item, on this one? Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do apologize. I just want to echo what has been said before. The situation also that we're running into in Waterdown, of course, we have, a huge Walmart up there. And it is patently unfair that their entire operation is to remain open. I get the grocery store part of it, but all of the other areas that are remaining open when other and allowed, and I was in there on the weekend just to see what the sheer numbers were, and I was surprised at how many people were in the store. When the smaller stores, they have to really regulate how many they have in. And anyway, the other thing we're running into, and I know in the Dundas BIA, a similar situation at the Collins, where their outdoor bubbles that they've put up are deemed to be inside dining, which to me is just absolutely needs to be looked at again. We also have that same situation in Waterdown, where there's patios, they're just trying to make some money. They can only have 10 people in a restaurant at a time. And I think we are being just way too punitive in hammering down on some of these businesses. And I'll use the Keg as a for instance, their patio, which is an open outdoor patio. It does have a roof over it, and it does have glass walls. But it is wide open other than the glass partitions. And, our bylaw are saying, nope, Can't use the patio, can't have, if you have people there, that counts for indoor dining. And you cannot operate a business of that size with 10 people coming in every hour. I think it's outrageous. So I'm happy to second the motion if Councillor Vanderbeek wants to bring it forward, because I would agree with that 100%. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to speak to 4.3, if you can come back to me.
Okay, thank you. And I thought we dealt with that one, so we're going to go back to that one. Didn't we deal with that one earlier? Okay. Thank you. So just to be clear, I know that Mayor Crombie and actually GTHA mayors have raised this issue with the province, and to date they have not advocated a change. But we can certainly continue to advocate on behalf of our small businesses for sure. So see no problem doing that. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Nan on another item. Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On communication item 4.22, which is a report in reference and response to the task force report that we received at the General Issues Committee. And there's a number of items that are identified in there. Part of it is recommendations that kind of strengthen what was in the report. And I thought rather than just receiving and referring it to the GIC discussion, I wondered if it would be appropriate to have these recommendations go back to the task force, given that we are meeting again in February. And just opening that up for discussion from either yourself or my Councillor Danko or Councillor Whitehead, given that the report has been received and we're working on the recommendations and actioning those recommendations as a council. There are specific ones there that I felt that could use a deeper dive since they've done that for us.
No harm in sending this to the task force for them to have a look at and be aware of the comments that are being made here. So.
Excellent. So that would be one change. And then if I may, do you want me to come back on the list for?
I'm just going to ask if anyone else wants to speak to that item. Hopefully not. Okay, good. Next item for you.
Yep, next item for me is item 4.26. I just wanted to acknowledge Rachel Braithwaite for reaching out to the provincial minister in order to get some information around what kind of supports are available from the province, particularly to small businesses in COVID recovery context. And I just wanted to thank her. She's a Ward 3 resident and active with the local BIA here for Barton Village. And I appreciate her sharing this information and getting it on the public record so that we may share it with other small businesses in our community across the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Jackson. I see now I can hear you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item 4.27 regarding the COVID-19 vaccine distribution implementation plan. Unless, Mr. Mayor, somebody is 100+ years old to remember the Spanish flu of 1919, where 50 million approximately died. In this century, we have, in our lifetime, for most of us that are around, we've experienced SARS, swine, but neither of those were as worldwide or as serious with the fatalities as now this COVID-19 is. So, Mr. Mayor, I say all that leading to guarded hope and optimism from, we have a correspondence here from retired General Rick Hillier, who the Prime Minister has put in charge for distribution. And I'd like to ask
he's working on behalf of the Premier.
My apologies. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of Premier Ford, thank you. You're absolutely right, for the province of Ontario. And I'd like to ask for you to our EOC Stellar Director, Paul Johnson. Paul, for the 550,000 residents of the city of Hamilton, I'm looking here to see 30,000 doses have been shipped from Pfizer to our country. Another 85,000 pending Health Canada's approval from Moderna. I'd like to know how many of those are coming to the city of Hamilton primarily for our frontline healthcare workers. Through you, Mr. Mayor, please.
Paul Johnson.
So through the mayor, and I'll also ask Elizabeth to give the latest. She's now joined us here at the council meeting.
Oh, thank you.
There will be small numbers to begin with, and exact numbers. I'm not sure that even Elizabeth will have the exact numbers that we're looking at, but it could be small numbers starting very soon. All things going well with the pilot sites in Toronto and Ottawa, it could be next week. And as you state, this is really for healthcare workers. Because one of the realities is that this vaccine is not going to be distributed to sites to do things in the community. It's going to be in a one location or a particular location, and people will have to come for the vaccine. So in terms of long-term care residents, that's not the focus in these very early days. But the good news is for some healthcare workers, particularly those in long-term care, it could be as early as next week that this begins, as it has in the other jurisdictions in Ottawa and Toronto. But Elizabeth is both the liaison with the EOC in terms of keeping us informed and however we can support as a municipality, but also is connected provincially to this work. So I think if you're okay, I'd just like her to share a couple of things with the latest information on vaccines. There are meetings each day, and this information changes each day. We will try and keep you up to date as best we can, but Elizabeth will have the latest.
Thank you, EOC Director Johnson. And Dr. Richardson, I didn't realize you had joined us. My apologies. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's a very dynamic situation when it comes to the vaccine. Health Canada has gone through its usual process in terms of approving this, and at the same time, people are making every effort to get it out to people as quickly as it can. There are challenges with the Pfizer version because of the strict cold chain, as we call it, requirements around keeping it at minus 70 degrees throughout transportation and storage. And as well as of yet, the tests that are in say that you can only move it these very limited times. And so once it arrives, that's where it stays and it cannot move further. So people have to go to the vaccine rather than the vaccine going out to people. So there are very small amounts right now that are being planned to come out. There is a PowerPoint, as you'll recall, in the Board of Health package that describes the 3 phases of the vaccine distribution. That is still the case. We are very hopeful that we'll be able, once we get, as Paul said, the information from the pilots in Toronto and Ottawa, the further details as to how we can roll this out. We have a great group of people from across public health, the hospitals, primary care, who are all working together with long-term care homes, retirement homes to get as ready as we can. It is a very dynamic situation. And so rather than giving you sort of daily updates, because things do shift and change as the province learns more, as more information is forthcoming, we'll try to give you information updates once we're certain exactly where things are going to go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Richardson, your leadership as well, along with Director Johnson, has just been stellar and outstanding for our community. Thank you for those updates for our community. And Mr. Mayor, this just might end up being, in this unpleasant, awful, unprecedented year, this might just end up being the best Christmas present. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on this topic? I've got Councillor Clark and then Councillor Whitehead. Thank you. Councillor Clark. And just to be clear, do you have other items that you wanted to speak to, Councillor Clark, beyond this?
No, sir.
Okay, just don't want to mess up the speaking order here. Go ahead, sir.
No. So specific to the vaccines, can I confirm that regardless of who the pharmaceutical company is that is manufacturing the vaccine, that there's going to be a requirement of 2 doses per person from Dr. Richardson? Can I get that confirmation? Did I hear that right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point, that's what we know in terms of the vaccines that are available. As the vaccines go through their approval processes, because you're quite right, there is currently the Pfizer one that has been approved. We're expecting Moderna to be officially confirmed any day now. Then there are more that are going to come as they go forward. But right now, the ones that we are aware of are 2 doses.
And so is there, because I'm being asked the same questions when we go, when can we get the vaccine? And I'm trying to not unnecessarily give greater expectations than are possible. You know, we've got 13 million people living in Ontario, so that's 26 million doses. We're not seeing numbers of vaccines being shipped to Ontario and those numbers as of yet. So is there an expectation as to how long it's going to take to vaccinate the majority of the residents in Ontario?
So if we look at, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we look at that that presentation that was made in the Board of Health package, you see the 3 phases of rollout. So this first phase is targeting long-term care home and healthcare workers more broadly. Ultimately, it will also target the residents of long-term care homes, retirement homes, and other seniors in congregate settings. As well, we will see Indigenous communities being targeted, in especially those that are remote and at higher risk, and higher risk adults with chronic conditions that are receiving care. So that's the first phase, and that's projected to take at least until April, and then perhaps beyond that, in order to complete that phase with the vaccine that's anticipated to come. That second phase will then begin to expand things up further. And then we're really looking at vaccination of the general population starting at the end of 2021. So in the last quarter of 2021. So that full availability is going to be many months out. But that prioritization is essential when we look at those who are at highest risk for severe disease as well as death from coronavirus.
And it makes evident sense, at least to me, to prioritize it to our frontline healthcare workers who are putting themselves at risk every day, caring for the patients who are suffering with COVID and also putting their own families at risk, I might add. So that is the priority on the onset, correct?
The priority at the beginning is those workers, because the workers can come to the vaccine is for the Pfizer vaccine. Once the Moderna comes and the vaccine is more able to go to those where they live, that will expand to the long-term care and retirement homes and beyond.
That's very helpful. It's just important that we handle expectations in the public in terms of when they're expecting to actually be able to get that vaccine. So we're talking Q3, Q4 of 2021 before massive vaccinations begin. And I think that's the message that I'll be sharing with my residents. I appreciate that, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I would definitely say Q4 of 2021.
Q4. Thank you very much.
Okay. On this topic, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a bit confused in the context of bringing people to the vaccine when I understand watching and following what's happening in the States. Walgreens and the pharmacies are involved as well, and they're distributing it right now. I think they distribute probably to 3/4 of the states already. They have various ways of application to distribute this current vaccine. So you're saying that in Ontario that we're only capable in limited locations and we can't involve the private sector?
Can I just clarify at the outset that this is totally in the provincial hands here? We have no control or authority over the vaccination at this point. So just to be clear about that, this is their purview, not ours. But having said that, Dr. Elizabeth, can you share any additional information?
So unfortunately, Mr. Chair, the majority of the population is watching the same programming and are curious as to what is transpiring in Ontario. And I understand it's under control, but it is getting as much information out there as we can.
Correct. And a lot of that's got to come from the province of Ontario. Dr. Richardson, go ahead. Sorry, can't hear you. You must be on mute at this point.
Sorry about that. I hit it twice. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's a very important point that people make sure that they are getting their information from the official sources. This has been an ongoing issue with COVID-19 throughout, where information is coming from different areas. And of course, that's many of the benefits of the web and whatnot, but people need to be very intentional about where they obtain their information, whether it's about COVID-19 and how best to control for it, or it's about the COVID-19 vaccination program. And so as this program rolls forward, yes, indeed, because of the testing that has been done on this vaccine, because of the constraints that are on it, it will indeed come out through hospitals that are able to store this vaccine at those temperatures. And the priority is also going to be in the red and gray zones initially. Of course, we're one of those zones. As it goes forward through the program, by the end of the year, the ideal is to be into a vaccination program that looks very much the same as any other vaccination program, where you would have private sector participation in terms of pharmacies, where you would have family doctors participating, long-term care homes themselves. It would be a much more into a regular vaccination program. So the exact timeline for that, we're going to figure out as it goes, and we'll learn more about, but that ultimately is the long-term goal.
And it's 21 days maximum for the second dose on the current vaccine. Is that correct?
21 days between doses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any others on this topic? Not seeing any frantic waving. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you wanted to clarify your declaration of interest? Go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I gave the wrong information at the beginning, and when I tried to find the information, it's buried. So that's why my confusion. It is a conflict of interest, and it's under our special GIC, which is item 5.9 in the information section G, item 13.1, confidential report number LS 16029B PED 16248B. Is the Planning Appeal Tribunal Rural and Urban Hamilton Official Plan at the urban boundary expansion. I need to declare a conflict as my assistant's family is a part of that appeal process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
100% clear. Thank you very much. Councillor Partridge on item 4.3, as I recall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did not hear if there was anybody else to speak on this issue, so I apologize for having to jump back to it. But the reason this was put down, first of all, on the original agenda as to be endorsed, it was a clerical error, is my understanding from clerks. There was an item that was removed that was going to be endorsed, and then that was just moved to this item, but it was always to be referred to staff. It's a hugely complex issue. I've been working on it for more than 10 years that I've been elected. I was brought into it even beforehand. And it just is not, I'm not going to go through the whole details. There's 72 pages in the report, but I really appreciate the previous speaker asking for a report back to council because it is very, very complex. And we do need a report back, which I've already spoken to staff a couple of days ago, and they're quite willing to do. So I'll just say enough on that because we are going to get all the information back. But I have been involved in this for well over 10 years. And, you know, it's one of those no-win situations. But thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the original motion, which was Councillor Clark and Councillor Ferguson on the communications as amended, as we have discussed through the course of these conversations. So the amendments have been made. I'm going to turn to Councillor White. I can't imagine there might be another thing, but go ahead.
Appropriate to congratulate the other half of our councillor colleague here. Danco's been elected as the new chair of the Hamilton Wentworth Public School Board, and it's in the correspondence. I just wanted to highlight that and congratulate her on her new responsibilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Ferguson. Communications as amended. All in favor, let's please. Councillor Danco.
Sorry, I still had 4.16.
Okay, my apologies. Yes, you did indicate that earlier.
Oh, sorry, 4.12, not 16.
Go ahead.
4.12.
Go ahead.
It's the correspondence from Ian Borsk from Environment Hamilton on behalf of the Hamilton Transit Alliance. There's a few questions and concerns about the next round of relief funding from the province and some of the recommendations that, some of the conditions that the province may be or may not be adding into that. So we've discussed this a number of times at Public Works. So I just request that this also be referred to the General Manager of Public Works along with Finance and Corporate Services for their review. And that's the same as we're doing with the other letter, which was 4.28.
Okay, thank you. Any contrary direction on that? Seeing none, thank you. Additional speakers, Councillor Pauls. So we'll make that change, Councillor Danco, and that'll be an amendment to the communications. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. First of all, I want to declare a conflict of interest respecting the protests to defund the police, and that is 4.2. My son is a police officer for the city of Hamilton.
Okay, thank you.
To do that. But I also wanted to quickly speak on one other item, if I can, please.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's 4.25. And it's a letter from shame from the stallholders. There's 50 stallholders, and it's a letter regarding why the relief for the taxi owners was allowed and not them. But besides that, I just want to know, I'm very supportive to find a way to support our vendors. And I know they're listening today. So can I just ask to provide a response from staff, maybe the difference, so that we make it clear? Can I do that, or?
You're asking, requesting staff to respond to these stall owners in terms of the status of their request?
No.
I think we've done that.
No, in turn of why the fee for the taxi drivers was offered and not to them. And they asked me to ask. So I don't know if Ray's there or General Manager Janet Smith.
I think it'd be best to get that answer offline and send it to the stall holders. I'm not sure that that we can, to do an on-the-fly answer right here, right now. But in fairness, I think give our staff time to prepare, and they can send it off to them.
That would be great. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the original motion now. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, as amended. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because of your declaration, Councillor Pauls, we have to do item 4.2 separately so that you can register your conflict.
Yes.
So on item 4.2, it also will be moved by Councillors Clark, Ferguson. All in favor, or opposed, or abstaining? Abstaining. Councillor Parr is thumbs up. Anyone else having voting difficulties? Councillor Pearson, thumbs up as well. Okay, that's carried. And then on the main motion, moved and seconded, all in favor and or opposed? As soon as they get the vote up, and they're prompt and efficient, as always. Any voting difficulties? Councillor Pauls, just want to give us the thumbs up, or were you able to vote? And Councillor Pearson, thumbs up. Thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Pearson. And from Councillor Pauls. All right, thank you. And that's carried as well. And we're going to turn to Councillor Clark for a motion to move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that Council move into Committee of the Whole to consider the committee reports.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Yeah, we'll take a minute to dial that one up. Should be there shortly. Here we are. I don't see him there at the moment. Anyone else need to do a thumbs up? Everyone was able. That's great. Thank you. It's carried. Thank you. And we'll turn to item 5.1, which is the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Report. It is going to be moved by Councillors Nan and seconded by Councillor Danko, or maybe the other way around. I'm not sure. To get it on the floor. And any comments or questions on that committee report? Not seeing any. Thank you. So all in favor then of that report? And as indicated earlier, there will be a couple of more meetings to follow up for the task force and we did pass a number of motions which we'll deal with later on the specific items that we're prepared to help with that we'll discuss in the G. Okay, Councillor Pauls, can you give us a thumbs up? And Councillor Vanderbeek? Thank you from both of them. Thumbs up, thank you. That's carried. And General Issues Committee report, Councillor, motion to receive report 200022 of the General Issues Committee, please.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
There we go. Sorry about this.
No problem.
Using one screen is challenging.
I know, it's flipping back and forth.
Just wanting to get the right motion here. Sorry, sir. That the General Issues Committee report 20-022 being the meeting held on Monday, November 30th, 2020 be received.
Thank you. And the seconder for that, sir, is? Take volunteers.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Pearson, thank you. And on that report, on item 5.2, which is General Issues Committee report, any items in that report that you would like to lift or discuss? Not seeing any, thank you. Then we'll go right to a vote to approve the report. And there it is. Thank you. And any voting difficulties there? No, everybody good? Great. That's carried. Thank you. We're going to turn to the Board of Health. Councillor Wilson, a motion to put the report on the floor, please.
Yes, excuse me, that the Board of Health report 20-008 being the meeting held on Monday, December the 7th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. And
Moved
I'll
by
take
myself.
Yep. Seconded by?
Councillor Nan.
Thank you. And any comments or questions on that report? Not seeing any. Thank you all. We'll put the vote up. And you're welcome to vote. In fact, you're required to vote. Don't see him as yet. No. Everyone else was able to vote. Thank you. That's carried. We're going to move on to the Public Committee report. Councillor Danko, you have a motion to put that report on the floor, please. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that Public Works Committee report 20-012 being the meeting held on Monday, December 7th, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. And could I just speak to item 1 just quickly?
Yep, you sure can. And then I'll, after that, turn to Councillor Jackson, who wants to speak on another item. Go ahead.
Sure. Item 1 is fake news. I actually won the election. I'm still the chair of Public Works, and
for now,
I do not concede. No, really, congratulations to Councillor Vanderbeek, I think, and also as our incoming chair, and Councillor Nan as incoming vice chair. So really appreciate that.
So you're not asking this council to override the decision of this committee to appoint other members? No?
We'll have to see what the courts say, Mr. Mayor.
Judicial review, yeah, there are a number of practices, number of avenues for you if you want to challenge this, but feel free. Thank you for that. That's we all need a good laugh once in a while. You know what? The journey in the United States appears not to be over, but we'll see. Thank you for that. Other items, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, on item 1 and on item 13, on item 1, I want to say special congratulations to Councillor John Paul Danko, new member of council, for chairing the Public Works Committee, and his vice chair, Councillor Sam Marula. I thought we had a wonderful combination of a new member of council and a veteran to guide the committee. Mr. Mayor, I remember in my first term about 3 decades ago, my first term, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to bear down, to understand the machinations of City Hall, serve my constituents to the best of my ability. To even think about chairing a committee back then would have caused me sleepless nights. I have been really impressed with the leadership and the preparation that Councillor Danko brought to the table this year. We had many challenges, many contentious issues, and on top of everything else, talk about a baptism of fire for the new member of council from Ward 8, a worldwide pandemic. So I was proud to work both with him and under him and Councillor Marula, Vice Chair's leadership, and just want to say it's been a really productive, successful year overall in spite of many challenges. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. I think we could all agree with that. Thanks to all the chairs, actually, of all the committees. They're all changing at the beginning of the year, and I think they've all done a terrific job stepping in and doing the important work of channeling the important work of the committees through the through the process. So thank you all very much, and thank you, Councillor Jackson. Was there another item, Councillor Jackson, in the report?
I don't want to overstep
No,
if
and
anybody else.
Unless there's others that want to speak to item number 1. Is there anyone else on that item? Councillor Farr, go ahead. Let me finish that off, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farr.
It just occurred to me that, albeit he's stepping away after a tumultuous year that he handled quite well, I agree. The Dankos can still sit in chairs and talk about being chairs, because he'll be our planning committee chair, which is as complicated, and I'm sure he'll do a great job in 2021. So, get a Councillor Danko. We'll be getting to that planning committee report in just seconds.
Exactly. All right. Thank you. On item 1, any others? No. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, on item 13, if I may read, especially for the constituents and specifically in the area of Templemead and Eleanor neighborhoods. And still with a heavy heart, I want to read and I want to thank my Public Works colleagues for unanimously supporting this motion at committee last week. And I hope and trust with the rest of my colleagues today, they'll make it unanimous. Item 13 says a roadway safety audit of Upper Gage Avenue between Stone Church Road East and Rymel Road East, that the transportation operations and maintenance staff undertake a roadway safety audit based on Vision Zero principles at Upper Gage Avenue, primarily between Stone Church Road East and Rymel Road East, to assess potential safety enhancements, such as a reduced speed limit, possible school zone flashing light, physical changes possibly to the lane configuration, and the feasibility as a future location for an automated speed enforcement camera, photo radar, or even red light camera. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I still have thoughts and prayers for Pastor Jamie and Vanessa Strickland and their 3 remaining sons of their wonderful family in light of the horrible, tragic, innocent loss of life of Jude Strickland, 11 years old. The family, Christian-based family, knows their son is in heaven. I need to ensure, Mr. Mayor, in spite of the fact there was a full intersection light at Royal Vista Upper Gage, a school crossing guard who did her very, very, very best, and painted crosswalks. We had a menacing driver that just plowed through that intersection in red light and recklessly took young Jude's life. So this motion, along with hopefully a future memorial, Mr. Mayor, only with the permission of the family and their church and the Templemead School community. I don't want Jude's life lost in vain. And so this is an important immediate step moving forward to see what we can better do to make that intersection and that stretch of roadway even safer. And Mr. Mayor, just in a general comment, witnessing ways that an increased number of motorists are just racing, speeding, stunt driving, just ramrodding their vehicles through our community. It's been exacerbated, Mr. Mayor, it seems, through this pandemic. And I am just heartbroken and livid over the whole situation. I'll continue to be, but we must move forward. And this motion with the community support behind me, and they'll be delegating with their petition in January. This is an important step, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate your indulgence in allowing me to share this with my colleagues and the community, and looking for all of your support on this. Thanks,
Great.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I imagine it'll be unanimous, and our hearts go out to the family in very tragic circumstances. So hopefully some positive resolve will come out of that. So thank you for that. Anyone else on this item 13? Not seeing any. I'll go to Councillor Nan for another item. Oh, Councillor Whitehead, back to the original item 13. Can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to make you sigh, so I will retract any comments for the rest of the day.
it wasn't a matter of saying that you wanted to make comment, but you were a little late getting to the party. So we were asking,
Thank
as
you.
we go through these items, we're going to go through them one at a time and hopefully resolve them before we go on to the next item.
Thank you for noticing I was the only one that was late, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just wanted to speak to item 11 in the Public Works report, and also wanted to give thanks to my Public Works colleagues for unanimously supporting this motion. It is a motion that comes after a year and a half of assessing North End parks in Ward 3 that were approaching end of life as it relates to play structures, and proud to be able to move this motion, particularly in light of this pandemic, how valuable and important it is that we invest in play structures and safe spaces outdoors for our children to enjoy, and remain healthy and get an opportunity to get out of their homes and engage in some physical play. So the motion that is before council for ratification is funded through the area rating special capital investment reserve account. And it addresses not only end-of-life structures, play structures, it also invests in pollinator gardens to help beautify areas that otherwise had been deficit in terms of plant material in our North End parks, as well as addressing lighting deficiency and safety deficiencies as it relates to fencing as well. So the motion is before council. Hopefully everyone will be behind it to ratify it, and many thanks to all the residents in the North End who shared their feedback with me in my office over the year and a half to get this motion forward, and also thanks to park staff for all of their support getting this motion and the works prepared and lined up for the year ahead. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And again, I'm sure there'll be vast support for this one. We all support our parks in our community. So thank you for that. Good work. Anyone else on this item, 11? Not seeing anyone. Thank you. Councillor Pearson, I'm sorry. And then Councillor Ferguson, and then Councillor Farr. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And mine is on item 9. I think it's the community safety zones and the speed cameras, etc. I'm going to touch on Councillor Jackson's comments, and it has certainly been a very frustrating time since COVID with the enormous amount of speed complaints that have come in, not only to my ward, but throughout the whole city, and I'm sure the country. I don't know what drivers are thinking, but it's been very frustrating. I know I asked the question at Public Works, and I didn't get a full answer, but I noticed in an article in the paper today with regards to the speed cameras and the costs and the tickets that have been issued. It's certainly evident the amount of speeding that's going on out there. And I know it says that the average speed is approximately 14 kilometers over the posted speed limits. And, you know, I have to say, when people call me, speeding is speeding, whether you're 1, 2, or 3 kilometers or whatever over, it is speeding. And it does create unsafe situations and certainly concerns of, you know, residents throughout the neighborhood. I know I did ask the question, for public consumption, I just wanted to put in that, you know, the program has cost us $2.45 million, and the revenues from the ticket sales are anticipated to cover that cost. And they were anticipating about 1.75 million, and I think we're going to succeed in covering the costs, because this wasn't to be a revenue generating process. But you know, if I can just put it out there and continue to put it out there, please slow down. I've got immense number of calls from residents, especially with young ones in neighborhoods. And you know, the weather is going to be turning. We've had a bit of snow flurries, and again, people are driving and not even considering the weather conditions. So I appreciate what staff are doing. I was also going to mention under news later on, as far as our community safety zones and the reduction of the speed limits through neighborhoods. Again, thanks staff. I've pulled the report up. I have 3 more zones that are coming in 2021 and posting 40-kilometer neighborhoods. And again, staff have put together between last year and this year and next year, we're up to 90 neighborhoods throughout the city of Hamilton that are will be posted for 40 at home, that just slow down people. So I just wanted to put that with regards to the report items on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, that was item 9. Thank you. Anyone else on item 9? Number 9, Councillor Whitehead.
I hope I'm not late to the party. I hope I'm doing this appropriately, Mr. Chair, so I'm not upsetting you in any way. Can I speak?
Carry on.
Thank you. So I guess my concern is the principles that are espoused in the context of the utilization of technology to, in fact, slow people down in highly sensitive zones. And some of the selections that were made, in my humble opinion, are questionable. I talked to a key person at the mosque, and he said over 250 people from his mosque got tickets on that little strip on Stone Church. And it wasn't appreciated, and they're all fighting the ticket. So to them, it appeared to be a cash grab. I know my daughter got a ticket. I went and looked at the site, took pictures, 60-kilometer signs up, 50-kilometer signs within 40 meters, no houses within kilometers of that particular location, and yet we call it a community zone. So I want to make sure to the general public that it was just a pilot and that we are going to iron out the bugs and ensuring that these locations are strategic. The other challenge, Mr. Chair, I have is that apparently in Ward 14, there is no location that qualifies, even though I have schools on Mohawk, schools on Upper Paradise, schools on Cranbrook and Shadok and so forth. Not one of those schools qualify because there's a mitigating circumstances such as a 4-lane road or flashing lights or the traffic isn't quite high enough to justify the expenditure. So when I looked at the photo radar, I thought as a solution for places like Cranbrook, where it's a major secondary road within a community that feeds Riddell School, and get oodles of complaints, and I'm only told that the traffic volumes aren't high enough to justify, even though there's a safety issue in speeding. So, Mr. Chair, I am a bit frustrated with the process. I'm very frustrated with the limitations of utilizing this particular tool, because I believe it is a good tool. And I will continue working with traffic. My understanding there might be some amendments. For example, St. Thomas More School on Upper Paradise is a 2-lane road. It's got the only reason why it doesn't qualify is because it's got a flashing light. No one's listening to a flashing light, but apparently that is the predominance, and we can't use new tools to make roads safer. And my residents are frustrated. I'm frustrated, and hopefully we can address those issues in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On this topic as well, I think Councillor Ferguson, I saw Councillor Ferguson on this topic, and I see Councillor.
No, I'm on item 16. If you can come back to me for that.
I'll come back to you. Thank you. Councillor Clark on this topic, and then Councillor Farr. Go ahead. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is Mr. Soldis present today?
I know Dan McKinnon is. I'm not about Mr. I don't know about Mr. Soldo, but Dan, you're here.
So there's been lots of comments as to disagreements that Stone Church was selected in that Dartnell area. My understanding when I looked into it is that there was a clear assessment that had to be completed in order to select an area for a community safety zone. And that includes the volume of the traffic, the 85th percentile speed, the length of the zone, pedestrian collisions, cyclist collisions, presence of sidewalk, and then the geometrics of the road. So in that area, there are no sidewalks, or they're intermittent. And I know because I live very close to that area. There is while in the evenings you may not see pedestrians, but during the daytime, I can assure you that there are pedestrians walking where there are no sidewalks or along the side of the road. There has been an accident with cyclists in the area, and speed is a real issue in that area. I think the challenge is that people think that because there's no sidewalks and they don't see pedestrians all the time, that they can do whatever speed they want, and that's not the case in this area. It is a dangerous stretch of road, and that's why Mr. Soldis and the staff recommended it, and that's why council supported it. So yes, there were a lot of tickets given. That's because people were speeding, and it seems to be quite prevalent across the entire city and not just in this area. So Before we besmirch the selection.
One second, let me just ask Councillor Whitehead to mute your
sorry, Mr.
microphone, Councillor. Thank you.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
apologize.
Councillor.
I didn't know it was on.
Thank you. So before we besmirch the selection process or our staff for selecting this area, I think it's important that we assess and understand the amount of work that went into the traffic assessment that selected this area as an area where there is a concern. And yes, if there were members from the school or the mosque that were ticketed, they were ticketed because they were speeding. And the mosque has been the group that has had concerns about their pedestrian safety because of the pedestrians crossing the roads and getting to their property. So initially, Mr. Mayor, I was the same as many others. I was scratching my head trying to understand why this area was done and why Bellagio or Pine Hill or other areas where in my community there's a school, why they weren't the first on the list. But to be fair, all of the areas that were selected for community safety zones had to go through this assessment, had these issues, and that's why they were designated that community safety zone, which enabled the automated radar enforcement. So I just wanted to make that comment so that people understand there are issues here that we're trying to resolve based on real assessments and not politics or seeking revenue from other sources. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. And I have Councillor Farr next. Councillor Whitehead, I see you, and I'll be calling you once the first-time speakers are finished. Thanks, Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I really appreciated what the ward councillor Tom Jackson has done in 6 as a response behind his many and growing number of community members in the Temple Mead area, and the comments he made not only at committee at Public Works but today as well. We were all struck by that tragedy with Jude, and I think we're responding well, but that focus needs to be cemented in all of our citizens' minds when we do the things that are before us now and why we do the things we're before us now. We have Vision Zero. We have a commitment to traffic safety. This is an example, but there are so many more. And we have some great staff with pedestrian mobility focus ratified by council and pedestrian safety as well. That said, I like that Councillor Jackson and others are focusing on this driver behavior issue. It's a total lack of consideration for the safety of pedestrians. And it was only a few short days, as you know, Mr. Mayor, following the tragedy with Jude, that I had in Ward 2, Whitney Horn, standing on a sidewalk at the corner of Cannon and James. And it was a near-death accident, a horrific accident at that intersection. And counter to what Councillor Clark is saying, without sidewalks and asking for these speeds and welcoming these speeds, here's an intersection that you guys have supported me in the past that has a red light camera. It has shortened crossings. It has a bi-directional bike lane. It's clearly in the heart of downtown, and so just the general aesthetic should tell a driver, slow down. You're in a heavy pedestrian area, but it still happened. We don't know yet the actual result of the police investigation on that, so what I'll say obviously can be limited to that end, but it appears somebody wasn't paying attention at this point, and it's frustrating even in areas where we have heavily focused intersections, this specific intersection where we've heavily focused on this issue. So thank you for the time, and thanks to Councillor Jackson for his usual support with this community initiative previously talked about, but part of what we're talking about now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And back to Councillor Whitehead on this topic still. Community safety zones.
So the key, the biggest criticism, and Councillor Clark, I really appreciate and respect his comments. He was not at the Public Works, I don't think, when we had a fullness of conversation around this topic. So there, I went and did measurements. You had a 60-kilometer sign, 40 meters from a 50-kilometer sign, and then you had from 40 meters from there where the pictures were being taken. 1, 2, it's you come off of the Red Hill Expressway. 3, the average speed was 10 kilometers over. 4, there's usually an expectation of transition. 5, community zones implies that that's what it is. Heavy pedestrian traffic, schools, Those are very sensitive areas that we're trying to target. And so I guess my frustration is if you want to call it something else and start targeting commercial zones, then maybe we need to be calling it something else. But when there's no parks present, there's no houses present, there's no public facility present in any way, and yet we're calling it a community zone, is a bit misleading in a commercial area. So if Fort Laredo is meant to go in commercial areas, then we need to be maybe changing the definitions and the descriptions and the qualifiers in regards to that program. Because the biggest criticism I have and what we heard in Public Works is that it really isn't a community zone. It really isn't. So I guess we need to define what a community zone is, because it's a terminology that is confusing people. Secondly, to suggest that that's a priority when we got so many schools. I mean, we just had 2 districts identified. So we have areas where people get high traffic volumes on Stone Church, in other areas where there's schools and houses, and yet that's a less priority than a commercial zone. Or sorry, a commercial zone is concerning to me. So I understand the metrics. I'm not disputing that, but I think when you enter a program and you're trying to move away from the perception that it's nothing but a money grab, and what you really, I want to see this program successful. And purposefully, it's about slowing traffic down in high sensitive areas where you got a high volume of community people walking. You want to make sure that that perception that is there for safety, to protect those pedestrians, primarily, is the overarching principles that you apply these pilot programs on. So I'm not disputing the metrics, and I can tell you, if you could suggest that particular location, and we were there during the day and evening, and I can tell you there's not a lot of traffic of pedestrians in that area. And yes, there is sidewalks right in front of the gun shop all the way up to Carmen's on the right-hand side, which is the south side of the area. And when we talk to and interview people, they say they barely see any residents walk. There's no houses. Let's be clear. There's no houses within kilometers of this particular location. So I think there's a misunderstanding of what community is. When they hear community, they think about community facilities. They think about residents. They don't think of commercial zones. So if this was intended for commercial zones too, then we should say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Councillor Clark to take the chair for a minute. And I do have you on the list as well, Councillor. I fully appreciate why. And so I'd like to speak to this because it's particularly frustrating for me to hear what I just heard, because if a mosque with all of its attendees on virtually a day-to-day basis that park liberally in the area, and I want to congratulate and thank the bingo location and Carmen's that happens to be across the street, and the entire road that gets taken up when prayer service is on each and every day, and all of these attendees are crossing the street in that very location. If that isn't a sense of community, I don't know what is. And so let's not ignore the fact that prayer services, I believe, happen every day. And hundreds of people are crossing that street in that location multiple times during the day, not only for the mosque, but the school that's within the mosque itself, in terms of the learning that they do in the mosque. It is a very hazardous, dangerous place to cross the street. If that isn't a public safety issue, a pedestrian safety issue, I don't know what is. So I don't argue with the criteria at all, but there is criteria. And so this is not just let's pick a spot and put a camera up. Let's identify where we have problem areas, and let's address those problem areas if that could be managed and better dealt with through a camera that advises people that they're speeding. Ticketing does change behavior. And the reality is that in this location, speeding is a problem, and folks trying to cross the street in this location is a really big problem. And I've had problem myself. Now, we haven't had many events over the last 6 or 7 or 8 months at Carmen's, but I can tell you when their events are on, they're also having people park across the street and coming into the event at Carmen's as well. And so all of those issues really define a lot of pedestrian traffic in this stretch of road, and it certainly needs added safety measures put into place. So I'm fully supportive of the item 9 and the process that the staff is using that was so very ably laid out by Councillor Clark. And if we didn't have a process, I would argue mightily that it's just throwing darts on the board. Well, that's not what's happening here. So there are very specific problems identified and specific measures put in place to try and deal with them. So I thank our staff for this good work. And I will take the chair back, Councillor Clark. And I have a suspicion that he might be making similar comments. But Clark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I sincerely appreciate it when any ward councillor from somewhere else in the municipality comes to visit another ward to see for themselves what is happening. But a couple of visits to the area will not equate to the true number of pedestrians that are using the road or the true amount of traffic that is using the road. Currently, the traffic counts in that area are 20,000 vehicles per day plus. There are hundreds of pedestrians every day crossing the road, going to the Islamic school and going to the mosque for prayer. The bowling alley is right there, and there are young people that are crossing the road after getting off of the bus to go to the bowling alley. Carmen's across the road equally has, depending on the time of day, huge amounts of pedestrians crossing the road because they have shared parking agreements with the mosque and with the bowling alley and with Carmen's. I live up there. I drive that road 2 or 3 times a day. And I'm telling you that there is a significant amount of pedestrian use on that road. In fact, we just spent a significant amount of money. Councillor Jackson advocated for the improvements to the sidewalk on the one side that goes right over the creek. And we just finished doing that because there were pedestrians walking up and down that road. So with the greatest of respect, our staff did the proper thing. Besmirching or suggesting that they didn't pick the right location without having all of that data in place is a mistake, with the greatest of respect. Yes, there are other areas, and we could argue that there are other areas that could have gone first or could go second. We will always have disagreements in terms of how we prioritize these community safety zones and the use of the radar camera. But this is an area where I'm telling you, I see frequent pedestrians, significant numbers of pedestrians and significant numbers of cyclists. If it wasn't there when you were there, I'm sorry, it wasn't busy that time. But that's like saying there's no traffic on First Road because when I was sitting there, I didn't see anyone, or there's no one riding the buses because when the bus went by, it was empty. Well, guess what? Just down the road, more people got on the bus and the bus is no longer empty. So I respect the staff's position. I respect their advice. It was based on solid assessments, and it demonstrated that there was real speed issues on that road. And I've complained about the speed issues on that road since I came back to council. So I appreciate what the staff has done. I support what the staff has done. This program will help us slow down traffic across the entire city as it continues to be rolled out. And as we continue to educate the public that there is a significant amount of speeding across the entire city. I thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for allowing me to correct the record.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Councillor Ferguson on another item. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's on item 16, which is the Stelco surplus for lands, the hundreds of acres of industrial land that's been sitting idle for a while now. And a lot of us, including myself, have had contacts from Stelco and also emails in. It was sent back for a staff report about how we proceed with this. And there was a report presented to Public Works under item 16 where we provided direction to staff on it. And the report can be made public now. And so my only question is, because this is so important to the city to get more industrial lands in place, not only for jobs, but for tax revenue, before we ratify this decision, I just was curious to know whether the general manager of Public Works or our clerk has got any letters from Stelco about this before we ratify.
Sorry, I missed the last part. So I know that Councillor Danko has a motion to move once we get past this issue, and if we discuss this issue, predominantly it's a confidential matter. So let's be cautious of that. But you would have heard the question, Councillor Jason Thorne. So did you want to?
I don't think
answer?
it's Jason. I think it's a public works matter, and in the report, item B is a report that goes public. I just want to make sure that Stelco is okay with this, I never received anything. I didn't see anything in correspondence about the direction provided. I just want to make sure before I support the ratification, because it's important we get this right, that our GM of Public Works or clerks didn't receive a follow-up letter from Stelco. I doubt they did, because I think they would have copied all of us. But it's so important. I just want to know that before we vote to ratify this decision.
Okay, so that really means that you need to be briefed in confidential in-camera session on the recommendation that our staff are advocating.
No.
If I'm going to tell you that, then we're actually talking about a matter that's an in-camera matter that'll be confidential.
A future in-camera matter, like later on in today's meeting. Okay.
Correct.
And so can we go ahead and ratify this before we debate and have a conversation on that?
Okay, I'm going to turn to clerks on this one because they're all frantically shaking their heads. So, clerk.
Yeah, through the mayor. If the councillor would like to ask staff about the confidential item, then I would recommend that we refer this to the in-camera, and then we can always ratify it after we come out of closed session.
No, I don't need to ask him a question, ask anybody a question about the report. I didn't see it in the confidential section. I'll quickly flip over to that. But so is it safe to assume then we have heard from Stelco since the Public Works decision?
I don't believe we have, but
okay,
not clear on that.
Jason's got his hand up. But
I think our solicitor is on the line and Jason Thorne's on. So Jason?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so it is a joint report of Public Works and Planning and Economic Development. To my knowledge, since Public Works, we haven't received anything new from Stelco. Stelco, obviously, because it was an in-camera report, would not be aware of the content of the report and what the direction or recommendation was, because that remains in camera until following council ratification. I do believe that Stelco did provide some correspondence prior to Public Works Committee, but to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything since committee. It's anything new.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. That was my question, whether or not we'd heard anything, because we all received that same correspondence before Public Works, and it's just critical that we get this right. So thanks, Jason, for that, and that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers now on the report itself. So it was moved and seconded. There were no changes made as I recall it. Yep. Oh, Councillor Danko, you have an amendment on item 16, which is this very report that we were just talking about. So Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just before I read the amendment, I just want to confirm with clerks that I'm going to be reading this in public session based on the conversation we just had, because most of what's in this amending motion, or a lot of it, is stuff that was discussed in camera.
Yeah, so let's just confirm that. So the report says that we were going to make that portion of that public, and that's essentially what you're going to be moving right now.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So does committee have a copy of this, or am I to read the whole thing?
Everyone
Yes,
should have a copy. Yeah.
Through the mayor, all members were given a copy.
Okay, so maybe I'll just summarize then, and then the committee can read their copy because it is rather lengthy. So this is an amendment to Public Works Report 20-12, moved by myself, second by whoever wants to second it. Councillor Pauls, thank you. Regarding the Stelco severances for 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton in Ward 3. And there's an amendment to item A, which is that the recommendations that were supported at Public Works Committee, So we're deleting A in its entirety, and that the following recommendations in part 2 and the remaining subsections be re-lettered. So that the new A is that staff be directed to advise Stelco that it will not satisfy all conditions of the Committee of Adjustment decisions dated October 10th, 2019, including conditions 6 and 7 until and unless, and you have the commission's I and II there. And that staff be directed to advise Stelco that should it not satisfy all conditions of the Committee of Adjustment decisions, that any subsequent applications to develop Stelco lands located at 386 Wilcox Street may proceed by way of applications for a plan of subdivision or plan of condominium. And C, that staff be directed to advise Stelco that applications for their 386 Wilcox Street location proceed such that amendments to the city's sewers, drains, bylaws 06026 and the city's waterworks bylaw R84-026 are not necessary. And then the final one is just an amendment to what is in camera and what is public. So you have the motion before you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And so I heard the clerk say it was circulated. I'm sitting on eScribe right now. I'm looking at 5.4. I see the attachment is the report, but I don't see the amendment there. Should it not be up on eScribe? Because it sounds like it's, I mean, item A was a very important item. And I don't understand why it's being amended. What's been changed? I can't read it because I haven't got it here on eScribe.
Through the mayor, it was through the mayor. It was circulated through email, so we can send that to you again, Councillor Ferguson.
But Madam
It
Clerk,
can't be
my
made public until it's
email's
approved.
been up and down for 3 days, most of the time down, not functioning, and so I never saw it. It may be sitting here, but I tried to go through all my emails again this morning, yesterday afternoon, it was all down. And so I thought this would have been uploaded on eScribe because this sounds like a pretty important amendment, but I can't tell because I can't see it. So what am I supposed to do?
Okay, so they're going to try and send it to you again right now. Let's see if that works. Anyone else has not seen a copy of this? Okay, Councillor Clark, you want to speak, or are you indicating you haven't seen a copy of this? Okay, thank you.
So,
Councillor Whitehead, same.
Can I ask Clerk, why is it that...
One second, let me finish with Councillor Ferguson. I'll come to you. Put yourself on the speakers list.
Okay.
And so I wonder if we should come back to this after we in camera because,
well, you know,
I said in my opening comments, I want to make sure we get this right. It's huge, and I'm sure it is. But before I vote, I'd like to be able to see it. I've been on the help desk for the last 3 days trying to get Outlook because it blocks me out. It won't let me load it. And
I think in an effort to avoid any the things that we could get snagged on, publicly, I think it'd be wise for us to get a in-camera review of this before we make this public motion.
I would really appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
And you can have. So why don't you move that we defer this item to the in-camera session?
I'd like to so move that.
Okay, thank you. And seconded by? One moment.
Mr. Mayor, if you like, we can make the motion public right now and put it up on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help us any because then they'll still have to have time to review that, and that's what we're looking for. So,
Okay.
I would say let's take the actual item and the amendment that Councillor Danko is putting forward, and refer that to the in-camera session, and then we can come out in a public session and move the same motion again once everyone's had a clear picture of what it's all about. Fair. And I had that moved and seconded by Councillor Whitehead. Do we need a formal motion on that, Madam Clerk, to defer this to the in-camera session? Show of hands?
Show of hands will be fine, thank you.
Show of hands to do that? Okay, thank you. So we will then not deal with this report until we come back out of camera. Any other items in the report to discuss then? Not seeing any. I'm going to go to the next report, which is then the Planning Committee report. I'm going to turn to Councillor Farr for a motion to put the Planning Committee report on the floor, and we'll go from there. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and that's seconded by Committee Member Councillor Collins.
Excellent, thank you. Any items on on this that folks would like to lift? And I do recall that Councillor Wilson wanted to lift item 7 to be voted on separately. And we have several other amendments to deal with. So items in the report itself that folks would like to speak to? Not seeing any.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that you do item 10 separately so I can abstain.
Yes, we will do that. Councillor Partridge, go ahead. And I saw Councillor
Yes, thank
Johnson
you.
put her hand up.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on item number 3, which is the 911 new requirements, duplicate street names, I'm just wondering if I can find out from staff, please, when the name changes will take effect.
Okay, thank you. I know Jason Thorne is there. Do you have an answer on that, Jason?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is still some work that staff has to do with the provider before those addresses changes take effect. So I can have staff follow offline in terms of giving an approximate timing.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jason. If you could perhaps, Alvin Chan is the author of the report. If he could follow up with me, that would be terrific. You know, in my mind, I'm thinking it's probably going to be spring or between January and June. But we are, again, over Christmas, there has been a number of residents on a particular street in Waterdown that unfortunately their parcels are being delivered to the same street name in Jerseyville. And so they're having to drive a considerable distance to retrieve their packages. And it really is an issue, particularly for Waterdown. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Other items, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Not being a member of planning, but I want to commend the committee, Mr. Mayor. Item 10, the inactive taxi plate fee. If you recall, Mr. Mayor, Council received official correspondence from members of the taxi industry about 2.5 months ago. We referred it to staff, primarily to General Manager Thorne, Senior MLE Director Ken Leenders, his wonderful manager Monica Sorello, to see if there was opportunities to assist the taxi industry that has just been hit so hard in our community primarily, and with the 2 or 3 main players that run the businesses, but most importantly for the drivers and those that own plates, with the whole value of it being up in the air, given the pandemic and the lack of customers that they would have under normal pre-COVID times. And I'm really pleased about this, Mr. Mayor. I just want to read it out for everyone. That staff be authorized to create a 1-year inactive taxi plate temporary relief program, along with a user fee in the amount of $115 to conclude December of next year as a pandemic response to allow for current inactive taxi plates to be placed on hold, be permitted to return to service at a time determined by the operator, and that the approval of the recommendation be part of amending the city-wider user fees and charges. And we're going to deal a little later, Mr. Mayor, through the great work of your task force with as well helping businesses with fees in our community, and hopefully later on with a recreational fee motion as well from myself and Councillor Wilson. I just want to thank the Planning Committee. I want to thank staff. Obviously, there was opportunities for conversations, discussions, and open-mindedness, and this is an example of that open-mindedness to help the 400 plus drivers who primarily have made driving and taxi part of their livelihood and supporting their families both now and hopefully still in the future. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on this item? Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, you're up next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the item is number 6, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee. It's indicating their concerns and requests that no stormwater management charges be directed to any areas outside of the urban boundary, given that the rural area has no direct impact on the city's stormwater management infrastructure. I don't see anything in this where it's being referred to staff, and I'm concerned that we're going to lose this advice from them. So can this be the motion be amended to be received and referred to the appropriate staff.
I see no reason why it can't be. Anyone on staff have any issue with that? Don't see any issues indicated, so why don't we make that amendment on that item, that it be an item I, AI, that the report be received and referred to staff for review.
I appreciate that very much.
Okay.
And I just have one question about number 10. I support the program. The question is, if someone, what's the fine for a taxi driver who has his plate on hold or inactive, and then they choose to drive it without activating the plate? So did that make sense?
I think so.
Well, if you and I don't know, we're in trouble.
Let me turn to someone with no better than I, Ken Leenders. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. If in fact a taxi operator decides to operate without having a license, of course they would be subject to enforcement, and so they would be charged with.
We have full transparency here, so it's one thing for us to make it inactive, but if someone chooses to try to loop the system, if you will, there are penalties attached if that occurs. So I just wanted to make that point, and I thank the staff for, and the committee for coming up with this solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And further to that, Mr. Mayor, in relation to the brokers, they would not dispatch that taxi if in fact they're not active. So we have many other controls that actually can ensure that vehicle's not on the road.
Thank you, sir. I much appreciate that answer.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go back to item A1, that we need a formal motion to add the referral to staff. So move by yourself, and I thought I saw Councillor Danko put his hand up to second that. Okay, thank you. So we do need a vote on that. Let's just amend that now so that we can get that out of the way. And I'm going to assume, Madam Clerk, that that's why you were trying to get my attention. Thank you very much. Councillor Nan, able to vote or need to give us a sign? Hopefully a respectful one. That was random. Sorry, ignore that. Thank you. Who's not Councillor Vanderbeek? Thumbs up. Thank you. And that's it. Thank you. And we have a number of amendments indicated. So we will vote separately in item 7, but Councillor Farr, you have an amendment on items 13, 14, and 15, I believe. Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, are they before you? Because they're not before me at this time. I think they are before everybody.
They're not before me.
Give me a minute. I'm having Outlook issues, so.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I want to hear their advice. 1 second.
Thank you.
Exactly. So all 3 items are confidential items. So if there are any questions, then we can't put them up on the screen. You'd have to go in camera to deal with them.
I have them now.
Okay.
The first item is, I'll read the headers.
This is on item 13.
13 of the Planning Committee report, use of tertiary septic systems in Hamilton, an update regarding a local planning appeal tribunal case and the numbers before us. There's an amendment there on I, and it's IA, that this report, including the recommendations therein, is that correct?
Yeah, we're gonna assume that no one has any questions before you put this forward. So if you put this forward and folks have concerns with the issues that you're amending, then we have to take them all in camera.
That's fine. I should read it and then they would share their concerns, right?
No, I don't think so. I think they should have that, and they should be aware of the amendments. And if they have concerns on those amendments, we need to move this into camera. I see you waving. So I'll, Councillor Farr, just let me get you to hold on for 1 second and let me see what additional we have. So Councillor Partridge and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that we will be voting on these separately.
We will be, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
So where would I find these amendments? Because I too have had issues with Outlook, and I can't seem to find them in eScribe anywhere. And so we're asking
let me turn to Madam Clerk and let's just clarify where these amendments or how these amendments have been delivered to members of council, and if they can find them on eScribe, and I think it's probably in the in-camera section, but notwithstanding, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, I sent...
Can't hear you, Janet.
Sorry, through the mayor, I sent a separate email just 5 minutes ago to Councillor Clark, Councillor Whitehead, and Councillor Ferguson with all the amendments that I had sent out to all members of council on Tuesday morning at approximately 11 o'clock. You would have received all the amendments that are being made to all the standing committee reports, and they're all in order and all attached and numbered. So this would be, in that email, this would be number 2, because the Public Works one was number 1.
So you will not find them in the public eScribe.
Absolutely not.
Because they're confidential items. So
yeah.
If there's confusion, if you haven't been able to read the amendments, and Councillor Whitehead, I see you, thank you. If you haven't been able to read the amendments, 13, 14, and 15, and Councillor Farr is putting forward amendments on all 3, then I would highly recommend that we also take this in camera just to make sure that we're clear on what we're going to be voting on ultimately in a public session. Councillor Clark.
So no, I don't have them, and they're not in the closed. I can't see them in the closed section of eScribe either. So I guess we have no choice but to go in camera so that I can get them somehow.
Okay.
Anyone else have? It's no technical issues. I can't find a workaround yet. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I saw Councillor Whitehead and then Councillor Nan. Councillor Whitehead, go ahead.
Could I suggest this isn't the first time, and we need to acknowledge that we had a huge problem with our Outlook in the last couple of days, and IT was working on it diligently. I believe it was on Monday morning they started the problems. So we know there were problems with Outlook. We're not receiving everything. There's still challenges. I'm looking at it. I don't have it yet. And I don't understand, when I'm sitting at a meeting and we used to have a blotter in real life, how come we don't replicate that? Because I would assume that everything I need would be on my eScribe. So maybe just an explanation whether we can accommodate that, or even if it's possible.
We can deal with that later. We're not going to be able to deal with that right now, so we'll deal with that later. But for the current circumstance, 13, 14, and 15, I would recommend that we take them in camera as well, get clear on what the recommendation and alterations are or amendments are, and then come back out of camera to approve them. Everyone okay with that? I see no objection. Okay, thank you. And then, so we'll deal with the balance of the report then, which would include a separate vote on item 7 as requested. And I believe there's a Councillor Ferguson also declared a conflict of interest on
yes, item 10.
Item 10. So we'll deal with that and note that separately as well when we come back to the report. Any other items in the report to discuss or review then beyond that? Not seeing any. So I'm going to take a motion to refer the report and items 13, 14, and 15 to the in-camera session, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Show of hands vote, I recalled then last time, so all in favor of that? Thank you. So we are now at the COVID-19 recreation user fee financial relief, as I recall it. Councillor Jackson, an introduction of your motion, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, are we in GIC right now?
No, we're in your motion.
Oh, I thought that was to be introduced under GIC. My apologies if I've misunderstood the procedure.
prior to GIC, as I understand it. Go ahead.
All right, then. Let me get to it right now then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
All right. This is about the recreational user fee financial relief, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm sorry. I just had that embedded in the GIC report. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. COVID-19 recreational user fee relief. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic and associated Ontario response framework safety measures has affected access to municipal recreational facilities and recreational programs. Whereas recreational programs access is grounded in the values of dignity and respect, health and wellness, social inclusion, quality of life at every experience. Whereas the recreational user fee guiding principles include accountability, community benefit, equitable, full, fair, affordable, and financial responsibility. And whereas the city relies on our user fees as a source of revenue to support the delivery of municipal services, including recreational services. Therefore, be it resolved, Mr. Mayor, A, that all recreational user fees be frozen at the 2020 levels for 2021, with the loss in budgeted revenues in 2021 of an estimated $289,000 be funded from the establishment of a COVID-19 recreational user fee financial relief program, and B part, Mr. Mayor, that staff be directed to include in the 2021 tax supported budget a COVID-19 recreational user fee financial relief program with a zero net levy impact to be fully funded through the federal, provincial COVID-19 Safe Restart funding. And Mr. Mayor, if I could just quickly say.
Yeah, let me just clarify process. So we're moving this because when we go into GIC, we're going to be dealing with user fees. And so if this is approved at this point, then we have to adjust the user fees, and we'll come to you for an amendment on the user fees based on the decision that we're making here.
Oh, hot dog, Mr. Mayor. I've got that other one ready too. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Okay.
So Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. Thank you to General Manager Mike Zagaric, Recreation Director Chris Hurstek, and Deputy Clerk Janet Pilon for helping me with the language of this motion. I think this came out of last week's deliberations over budgets, Mr. Mayor, and a number of us expressed concerns about families wanting to get them back into our facilities, of course, depending on where the COVID-19 pandemic is going and how soon the vaccine can be in our community next year. But a number of us were concerned that at a time of affordability, lack of recreational opportunities, the last 8-9 months primarily with our wonderful assets and arenas and rec centers and facilities, that we didn't want to put an extra burden on families for an increase in fee from a recreational user standpoint. And Mr. Mayor, quite frankly, again, to the great work of your task force on economic recovery, this dovetails and piggybacks on a number of those fees through economic development and the building department, where we decided to freeze those fees as well for 2021 based on the 2020 level. Again, Mr. Mayor, this is all pandemic, COVID related. I want to stress that. This new recreational financial fee relief program is entirely COVID related, zero net levy impact, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead? Sorry, can't hear you. You're on mute at this point.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was looking at the notes, and I guess you got to go back to the screen to unmute. It's a motherhood motion, so I want to thank the mover and seconder for this timely motion. I would hope that we apply these same principles across the board. We have a lot of other areas that provide service to the city, and we haven't considered yet. I'll be moving motions in that regard too, in the same spirit, because we need to understand a lot of people are suffering out there. I also want to highlight another issue, another thing that I'm proud of, quite frankly, and Councillor Jackson would know this. We probably have some of the lowest recreational fees in Ontario for a large urban center, because we've taken consideration affordability from day one. And this is just another example with this motion, how important it is to ensure that our community, people in the context of affordability, have access to our great recreational facilities. I commend those that espouse this principle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further speakers on that motion, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of adjusting the rates for 2021 to 2021 levels? Thank you. And the vote will be coming up as soon as Janet can get it up. And there it is. Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. And once we're done with this vote, anyone having trouble voting? Councillor Partridge, able to? Supportive? Thank you. Thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else? Great, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And go to General Issues Committee report. Councillor Clark, a motion to put the report on the floor, please. And then we have some amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the General Issues Committee Report 20-023 being the meeting held on Wednesday, December the 9th, 2020 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any items in that report that people would like to speak to? And I know Councillor Wilson has requested a separate vote on items 34, 25, and 36. Beyond that, any other items that folks would like to discuss in the report? Yeah, thank you. I'll get to that. A seconder would be Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Any items? I've got Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Wilson, I see. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Was Councillor Wilson ahead of me, Mr. Mayor? That's fine.
I am not sure. I just did it the way I saw it. So if she was, then feel free to defer.
That was a weak affirmative nod on her part, but I'll proceed then, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Just want to highlight, Mr. Mayor, item 29, the deferral of full taxes for seniors and low-income persons with disabilities. Our 3-year pilot program, Mr. Mayor, of deferral of full taxes for seniors and low-income families with disabilities program will, if approved and ratified here today, will become permanent. The pilot will become permanent under the criteria included on the report. And the half temporary full-time equivalent staff we needed will be eliminated and no longer needed. And Mr. Mayor, I want to say once again, we're one of 3 municipalities to my knowledge in Ontario, Halton Region, Ottawa, and ourselves, that over the last 3-4 years have implemented this full tax deferral program. It's another opportunity for seniors who may have hardship and unlimited disposable income, want to stay in their homes, do not want to be displaced, do not want to be institutionalized. This program provides them further opportunity to defer fully any remaining property taxes they have to pay until the good Lord calls them home, and upon the sale of their estate, the city recoups the money over those number of years that taxes were deferred, allows them to stay in the comfort and safety of their homes. I think it's a great program. I think council last term and this council should be congratulated, Mr. Mayor. Only one of 3 municipalities in Ontario offering this program for seniors and those with physical disabilities on limited income. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
So don't go away. So you also are going to be putting forward an amendment on item 25, which is a result of the motion that we approved previously that we have to adjust the user fees. I think you have that motion before you. Can I get you to put that motion now?
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
With an appropriate seconder, just trying to streamline things while we're at it, and then we'll go to other speakers and other items. Go ahead.
All right, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded again by Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. Amendment to item 25 of the GIC report, tax-supported user fees. That A part, that the Appendix G to the report be amended to reflect the freezing of all recreational user fees at 2020 levels, with the loss in budget revenues in 2021 of an estimated $289,000 to be funded from the established COVID-19 recreational user fee financial relief program and zero net levy impact. B, that subsections A and B to item 25 of GIC report respecting tax-supported user fees be amended by adding the word further to read as follows, that the user fees in Appendix A as further amended be approved and implemented. And the B part, that the purposes of establishing the user fees contained in the same appendix be further amended. And then that's it for the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll get to the main motion as amended. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wilson.
Okay, thank you. This is the main motion as amended, is it not? On item 20.
That was the amendment I put, Mr. Mayor, and then I've got if that is approved, then I've got the main motion as amended in front of me. Unless clerks advise otherwise.
They're not advising otherwise. So, okay. So let's move on the amendment.
Correct.
First off, thank you. Any comments on the amendment? Seeing none, let's put that up. Sorry. As I regather my voice. The City Hall has got to be the driest building on the planet. I'm getting nodding of heads of all the folks that are in the room here. Anyone having difficulty voting on that? Councillor Nan? Got it? Nope. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead? Thumbs up? Oh, okay. That's carried unanimously, Councillor, and the main motion is amended.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by the same Ward 1 Councillor, Maureen Wilson, that item 25, now the 2021 tax-supported user fees in entirety be further amended, be approved and implemented as discussed, and the B part, that the city solicitor be authorized, directed to prepare all necessary bylaws for council approval for establishing the user fees as further amended to the report we just did with the amendment, and C, that the temporary waiver and deferral of user fees charges policies contained in Appendix B, tax-supported user fees, be approved and implemented in its totality now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So on that main motion as amended, any comments? Not seeing any. We will put the vote up. It is up now. Please vote and submit. And thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think tidied all that up. Councillor Partridge not able to vote. Thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead able to vote. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Pauls able to vote. This is about voting now. Can't hear you right now, Councillor Pauls.
I don't know if I'm late asking. I wanted to ask a question about the deferral of tax. I don't know if it's too late.
It is too late. We just voted on it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Wilson.
Just procedurally, Mr. Mayor, I also need item 38 for a separate vote. Thank you.
So we have 34, 35, 36, and 38 as separate votes. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the report itself? Not seeing any, so let's go to item 34. I'll just identify what they are, just for the benefit of those that are following along. So item 34 is the authority to expropriate for the acquisition of part of 339 Mountain Brow Road, Ward 15. And a separate vote's been called for, so put the vote up, please, and we will ask for your vote. All in favor or opposed? Councillor Whitehead, in favor?
I have no clue. I'm on the eScribe. I don't see a 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 37, 56, 188. I don't see any of that. This is a hard thing to follow, Mr. Chair. Is this on Outlook? Is this on eScribe? What the heck's going on here?
Nothing's going on here, Councillor. Maybe we need to get an updated, training session for eScribe for you. So I'm on eScribe. Items 34 is in the General Issues Committee agenda as an item. Item 34 is the authority to expropriate the acquisition of Part 339 Mountain Brow Boulevard. If that's not showing up on your eScribe, then you're not on eScribe.
No, but you're voting on separate sections, correct? That's where I'm getting confused. So help me understand. Is it 35, 36, 37? Are we sub breaking amendments within?
No, there's no amendments. There was a request to vote on them separately, so someone could register their opposition to the item. And we've done that. It's been a common practice as we've been doing this all along when it's requested that people want to register their opposition to a specific item because we do the reports as a whole. We don't lift out the items unless it's requested.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Mayor. It's very helpful. So, I wanted to speak to an item within this report.
Right. I asked a few minutes ago if there were any additional items that folks wanted to speak to. I saw no one indicating that they wanted to. And that's why we're at the vote. So let me recommend this. If you're speaking to item 34, 35, 36, or 38, are any of those items that you would like to speak to?
No.
Okay, so let us deal with those. Then I'll come back to you and you can raise whatever item you like in the report itself.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to turn to item 35, which is acquisition of part. Okay, your Councillor White vote on the last one, which is item 34, in favor. Thank you. Thumbs up. So we're going to turn to item 35, which is acquisition of part 344 Mountain Brow Road. Again, a separate vote requested. Vote will pop up. All in favor, and those that are opposed can indicate at this point. And again, everyone's able to vote. Madam Clerk. Councillor Pearson. Oh, vote came through. Thank you. Well, Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you. And I believe that's carried. We're on 36 with acquisition of part of 351 Mountain Brow Boulevard. Again, a separate vote requested. Vote should pop up right now. And Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you.
So,
just one more item, Councillor, and I'll get to you. That's carried. And one opposed. Thank you. And then item 38, which is the Downtown Entertainment Precinct Status Report. It was requested. I think I have the number right, Councillor Wilson. 38. Okay. Thank you. On 38, separate vote requested. All in favor or opposed? Oh, you yes. And I recall it was you were abstaining from that one. My apologies. And Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up.
I voted. I voted.
You voted? Excellent. eScribe seems to be working for you. That's great. Councillor Jackson, vote came through. Got it? Okay. Johnson? Okay. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Partridge, we don't have your votes registered. You want to just give us your thumbs up?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, mine just keeps pixelating and layering, and it's not coming through, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson, the same? Thank you. Okay, thumbs up. Thanks very much. And then we're going to turn to Councillor Whitehead. You had an additional item.
Yeah, so two things. Could I suggest, if at all possible, can you hear me okay?
I can.
That when we're looking at the actual reports within eScribe and voting is taking place, and you'd want to make sure that you're voting on an appropriate item within, you're going back and forth between screens. Is there a possibility that that voting screen can come up while you're in the notes on eScribe? Could we at least have that conversation with whoever the powers that be? Because it makes it a little awkward going back and forth between windows.
So I think they hear your comment. I don't think we're going to resolve it or answer it now, but we'll certainly take it and see if we can figure out a way to make that better.
It just helps because if you got a lot of items and you're voting on them separately, you're now going from window to window to window to window, and there's a delay as well. So it just creates a bit of a problem, a challenge. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I think it was 19. No. 18.
Item 19.
18. Yes.
I don't know which number. Which number you're talking about?
18.
18. Thank you. Go ahead. This is the encampment update.
Yeah, so my understanding is we had requested directly of our staff to incorporate what I call redress costs, so full built-out costs as regards to the encampments. My understanding is we still don't represent that in our reports. And I think I had a good conversation with a good ward councillor from Ward 1, and he agrees. So I'm trying to understand, when do we get a public document that reflects the, if not the ballpark figure, at least identify all the interactions between all the levels of departments, from police to fire to paramedics to public works, etc. So we have a wholesome look at what the encampments cost the taxpayers of this community.
So we have this report before you in terms of the identified city-related costs. You're asking for. Oh, sorry. We have this report for you related to city-identified costs. Are you asking for other agencies to identify costs and report to the city?
At the end of the day, there's only one taxpayer, Mr. Chair. So
Totally
I just want to make
understood.
sure that all tax-based services that had to were involved in the encampments. I mean, we know that police made probably 1,776 visits. I'm exaggerating, of course, but unless we have the numbers out there, no one will know what those numbers are. So I think we need to truly represent these costs and impacts on our community. And what we see here is just a touch, just a tip of the iceberg in the context of the cost of these encampments have cost taxpayers of this community.
Okay, thank you. So no additional items that I'm aware of. Further speakers on this item, Councillor Farr, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Ward 2, Councillor Farr. Just on that, I did ask in committee, Edward, why parks, fire, and police were not part of that encampment 3-pager cost update. And as I recall, our Director of Housing and Homelessness, who works very hard day and night for us, and we all appreciate, said that it was a little hard to tabulate as it related to police. There was great emphasis on police. I did note, though, why parks and fire were excluded as well. But because of the 400% increase at one location, over 100% increase in calls for service at the other, I brought it up, and it was hard for him, his response, to equate, to put a value on it. I referenced that with police, it's not just a call for service, but it's obviously the policing, the courtroom time, the administrative time in answer to most of those calls for service. So the time put in after the fact. Through you to, I don't want to beleaguer it, but through you to, I think if Ed's here, or maybe Paul Johnson can respond. This isn't the last update. Would we be able to get some confirmation today in passing this that there'll be more coming, and that maybe we could then, if we're going to continue to provide these updates with all of our resources still very much alive and active in the encampment issue and the homelessness issue, can we, for future, Paul, contemplate police, fire, parks, every cost, as the good councillor just said, with only the one taxpayer, if we had a more fulsome, even if there are approximate numbers? Is that possible for future, Paul? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Paul?
So through the mayor, I mean, it's certainly something to go away and look at. What I will say is that in some cases, we would have to be clear as to whether so what we've provided you is where there were additional costs. In some cases, there was no impact on overall service delivery to the community, and so it's difficult to say that that's a cost. Now, if you want to know what the cost per call out is for fire, fire is a good example. For instance, it had no impact. There was no reason to bring in overtime. We did not have to call out from other stations. They responded to some things. It was relatively few. The percentage increase is big, but the overall call volume is low. And so the cost is there. When we look at public works, there were additional costs because of the larger vehicles that were required and additional time on task. So I'm happy to take away that we look at a framework for it, but in some cases, it's not additional time. The police is also one that we have to just do a little bit of work with between the police department as well. We don't have as ready access to that information, but we can do so. So if that's the kind of thing you're looking for, is also to include what the cost of a call out is, or the average cost of that piece of work, we can take that away and consider how to build that in. But in certain cases, because this is just a day in the life, it wouldn't be reported out as an increased cost. Whereas in other cases, outreach workers, public works costs, those were additional costs for that period required to do some additional work.
Yeah, I think Paul, legal was part of the report, and our costs defending ourselves when the encampment injunction was on. It was somewhere around 150K. But I thought I'm just going to conclude with comments. I'm pretty sure the report, at least in places, doesn't emphasize but alludes to the cost of moving people, not just a monetary cost, but when we take resources, our people, and put way more time into one thing, their time devoted to the regular routine or other things is taken out, and that can be measured too. And I think the report referenced it. I don't have it in front of me, and I don't want to beleaguer it, because I do appreciate these updates. It's good to know we can continue to offer the updates, Mr. Mayor, and from what I'm understanding with Paul, we can work out the way we want to provide the matrix for future updates. Thank you very much. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead?
Mr. Chair, there was additional costs as a result of the how this file was handled. So I'm going to need to ask Paul, prior to the injunction, 2-3 days before the injunction, did you have any inkling that an injunction was coming forward?
Okay, how are we leaping from identifying costs to discussing injunctions?
Because this is about all costs and impacts to the taxpayer.
All right. Okay, I'm not sure it's worthwhile discussion, but go ahead, Paul Johnson.
So through the mayor, the only correspondence, and you received it as council, was that there was correspondence from people from the community who said that failure of us to do certain things in terms of encampments may lead to a legal action. So that was publicly described by some, but in terms of added costs getting ready or doing anything, no. We've calculated for you and provided for you additional costs that are there. We've also, we will continue to report through Emergency and Community Services on our overall approach to dealing with encampments as we move forward. We've been asked to bring back a report. I think it's coming in January in terms of the protocols and all the rest. So we continue to do that work through the committee, and we'll provide those updates as we go forward. And should we need additional resources, just period, to deal with homelessness in this community, we always bring those forward as well.
Appreciate it. The reason I highlight that, Mr. Chair, is because our staff are completely blindsided on the 11th hour prior to a long weekend with an injunction, which posed significant costs to the taxpayers of this community in many different ways. Tents started getting set up in parks right across the city because there was no way that we could prevent it as a result of that injunction, which in fact expanded on the cost and impacts of this community. So I want to make sure that we understand that when you have good partnerships, there's dialogue. And if there's concerns, there's dialogue. There's a telephone you pick up and you place a call. Paul Johnson did not receive any calls at that 24-hour period before the long weekend. That injunction was about to be filed for clarification or to delay any fears. And as it turned out, we end up resolving the issue through mediations that probably would have saved us a lot of costs and anguish if we had that conversation at the front end. So when we talk about costs, that's why it's important to understand the cost of these actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the main motion as amended now with all the amendments and votes that were made. Moved by Clark, seconded by Pearson. All in favor of the planning report, or General Issues Committee report. My apologies. That was optimism on my part. And any opposed? Anyone having difficulty voting? Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up.
Voted.
Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge. Thumbs up from anybody else necessary? We're good. Thank you. I would recommend if we can get through item 5.7 and 5.8, which is the audit and finance and emergency community services, then we will take a break. So on 5.7, Audit and Finance, Councillor Wilson, a report to put the report on the floor, please, or a motion to put the report on the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. That Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 20-013, being the meeting held on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself. Sorry, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek.
Perfect, thank you. And then you also have an amendment, so why not put the amendment on the floor right now?
I do. I'm going to defer to Councillor Vanderbeek to move that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that item 13, the commercial relationship between the City of Hamilton and Century Group, have some revisions, and councillors do have that revision. It's generally a simple one.
Right, so the indication is that it's also potentially an in-camera issue. So if there's no questions on the item, then we can vote on the item. If not, again, it would be an in-camera issue if people wanted to discuss it.
Right.
Thank you. So is there any discussion on that item? Seeing not, let's then vote for the amendment on item 13. It's been moved and seconded by Councillor Wilson, moved by Vanderbeek, seconded by, and the vote will pop up shortly. Thank you. And anyone need to do a manual vote? Councillor Whitehead, you're able to vote? Everybody's good? Brilliant. Councillor Wilson wants to speak? Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. I mentioned it at the beginning of the meeting and I forgot to ask you to pull it for AFNA this time. I need to abstain on item 9.
Okay, thank you. Good time to do that then. So on 13 we voted, that was carried, correct? And a separate vote for item 9 then in the report. Again, item 9 is the 9252 20 Road West Mount Hope Water Wastewater Storm Charge Deferred Payment Arrangement. That one, thank you. Okay. Separate vote on that one then, on item 9. All in favor, opposed, or abstaining? Let's just let them get that vote up. Here we are. Councillor Whitehead, able to vote? Thumbs up? Got it, thank you. All right, thank you as well. And any other items in the report? If not, we'll go to the main motion. I see no indications. So on the main motion as amended, all in favor? Vote is up. Good to go. Councillor Partridge, able to vote or thumbs up? Thumbs up again? Okay, thank you. Still having challenges? Is it just going around and around? Circle of life. Or a circle of technology sometimes, yeah. Thank you, that's carried. And we're going to go to emergency services. Councillor Pauls, a motion to put the report on the floor, please. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Mayor. That the Emergency and Community Service Committee Report 20-011 being the meeting held on Thursday, December 10th, 2020, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Nan. And I have another one. Do I?
Just going to ask you for the amendment. So you have an amendment on item 16, so you might as well put that on the floor now. And then we'll turn to, 1 second. Yeah, that's another item. So item 16 is another item that is a confidential item that if there are questions or concerns around it, would need to go into camera. don't see any, so go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. All right, 16, that the recommendation of item 16 of the Emergency and Community Survey Committee Report 20011 respecting the appointments of the Hamilton Veterans Committee, item 14.1 be deleted in its entirety. 2, that the following recommendation be inserted therein, with the remaining subsection being re-lettered accordingly. That the following citizens be appointed to the Hamilton Veteran Committee for the balance of 2018 to 2022 term. Terry Quinn and Rod Padden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's deal with the amendment. Janet, sorry? Yes, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jackson. And the amendments on the floor for the appointment of those two individuals. Any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Vote will pop up right now. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Anyone having, again, Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else need to indicate? Councillor Farr, don't see him right now. Okay, and that's carried. And then on the main motion on emergency and community services, any items in there that you'd like to discuss? I see two. So Councillor Pauls, I have you, and Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Pauls, go ahead.
First of all, I want to say it's been a pleasure being the chair of the community service, and I want to say that with the help of staff and my colleagues, it's been a delight. I loved it, but I want to congratulate Councillor Nan. I know she will do a fantastic job. So welcome, Councillor Nan, as the chair, and vice chair, Councillor Brad Clark. So thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your good work. You know, being chair is always, you know, an extra burden, and thank you for doing it, and fantastic job as well. Much appreciated. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I actually have a question through to Mr. Zagaric, if I can, if Mike is on the line.
On which item?
On a number of them. I'll explain in a minute. If I could just see if Mike is here or not.
Mike should be here.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm available.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So I had trouble reading this report because it was shrunk down to the point where I couldn't see it, and the clerks coached me today after 3 or 4 tries how to get it blown up. But I was able to get a microscope at home this morning and try to go through it. There's a lot of items on here dealing with housing. And of course, housing is a very critical issue and something that's fresh in everybody's mind these days. But there's a lot of money in these reports and all the recommendations. So my question to you is, and there's also the 6.3, which I believe is linked to this Emergency and Community Services report. And so there's a lot of money and a lot of issues dealing with housing. Can you tell me, I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball on this. There was an announcement yesterday about housing from the federal government also. Since I don't know for sure, this may be a re-announcement of something we heard earlier about the 10 million from the federal government, which we're all very appreciative. But in the Emergency and Community Services report and on 6.3, on all those recommendations, what's the net levy impact for 2021?
Wow. Okay. I'm sure he's got it right off the top of his head there. So
well, I think it's a big number, but I'm not sure.
So Michael, what can you provide, or what do we need to get back to the councillor with?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and Paul might have the specifics. I apologize. I'm just in the scribe and looking for the reference to the report the councillor is referring to. My recollection of the reports that went to standing committee is one of the decisions of standing committee was to appropriate some of the favorable 2020 funding as relates to housing. I believe $1 million. So recognizing that because of the pandemic, there were some impacts with respect to delivery of some of the programs. There is a favorable forecast of favorable surplus. So that will not have an impact in 2021. It's effectively appropriating some of the surplus favorable funding in 2020. As I understand the application as it relates to one of the programs, there is a potential impact of, I believe, just short of a additional $1 million, but that would be subject to, I believe, some consideration from senior levels of government, and Paul can add to that process. But again, that would be referred to the budget process or in year, subject to the timing of the decision from senior levels of government.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Councillor Pauls to put yourself on mute, please. Thank you. And Paul Johnson.
Thanks, through the mayor. So in all of the pieces that you're looking at, the funding is from existing pools of resources. So this is in some ways moving programs along or reallocating from existing funding that we've received, either federal or provincial. The one exception to that is the report around the women's shelter system and the expansion of that. And as Mike has said, it is not in an approval of that money today. It is an approval to have that looked at during the budget process in 2021. So in terms of all of the other things that are going on in housing, and I just want to address the money that was announced yesterday, it is brand new money. So there is, again, an additional just over $6 million that is being provided for social service relief. It's not all for just housing. It can be used in a variety of ways, but it is a new announcement. And just for the running tally of that, so the social service relief fund funding that has come in all the phases now totals just over $24 million for the city of Hamilton, and that is 100% dollars. There's no matching that's required. So again, back to our committee report, lots of exercise in housing, and as Mike has said, it's either utilizing a surplus and reallocating it in certain ways given what's happening this year, and the only request that will be coming and debated by council moving forward would be the operating dollars that will be required for the expansion of the shelter system in the future.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Paul. I didn't know that was new money. I couldn't pick it up from the announcement that I heard yesterday. And so I appreciate that. So the surpluses are coming from year-end surpluses or from surpluses and other projects that you've taken on?
So through the mayor, many of the pools of resource we use have been affected this year. So the one big one that is in there is a reallocation of our housing stability benefits. So each year the city, through some net levy contributions as well as provincial contributions, has the ability to provide a variety of supports to people to stabilize their housing. In 2020, many people have had other income support programs. So that fund has been significantly underutilized, and it's really been a one-year blip. It's well below what we're normally would be there. What we anticipate, however, though, is in 2021 we're going to get an increase in requests, and so the motion that was put forward and the discussion we had at the committee was how to essentially smooth out 2 years and use it as it would be surplus, and then draw on that as an additional amount for 2021, so that we can do a couple of things to support people through what we expect will be a challenging year in 2021, and then head back to our normal routine in 2022. So again, this is not a net levy increase. It doesn't increase the base. It's a way of dealing with things through 2020 and 2021.
So for your entire report then, Paul, including 6.3, which is linked to it, which is a motion, it will not impact the levy at all. So it doesn't move us off the 2.8% that we're at right now. I think that's what you said. Could you say yes or no to that?
So through the mayor, there is one that would be a consideration that would impact in 2021, and that is the operating cost for the shelter. But in terms of all the other elements, no, this is the use of resources that we've already budgeted for, or a reallocation of resources to that have previously already been approved. So there's no increased demand there, except for that one piece, which would be debated as part of the 2021 operating budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back to us at budget time. So, Mike, so you can confirm then that the budget still sits at 2.8%?
Mike Sigarik.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where the councillor is getting the 2.8% reference.
Well,
So
I'm going by memory. I think we were at 3.3 with your
yes.
expert opinion. We were coming down by another 0.5% to 2.8.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we currently still sit at 3.3 because the capital budget deliberations don't occur till this Friday. So
Perfect,
subject to the decision at GIC and council. And I believe the tax supported budget documents will be disseminated likely next week or soon after. And we'll be reflecting any further amendment coming out of senior leadership team towards further reductions to the levy. So again, those documents should be disseminated within a week or shortly after.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, thanks for your patience on that. I had trouble following the bouncing ball with all the different reports in there, but it's clear in my mind now, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Nan and Johnson I have as speakers list. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On item 1, I just want to say and thank once again, this is the other standing committee that I serve on that is not a standing committee like Board of Health or GIC where we all serve as we do at council, but this is another separate one I serve on. And I want to thank and congratulate Councillor Pauls as chair, Councillor Nan as vice chair. And you know, Mr. Mayor, one of my regular speeches over the years has been any company, organization, business, elected body, I've always felt have been most successful when they have a mix of veterans and newcomers to the table. Well, in this case this year, in 2020, we had 2 newcomers on council, and Councillor Pauls as chair, Councillor Nan as vice chair, and they did an extraordinary job. And I especially want to congratulate Councillor Pauls. She brings such a passion and compassion to the table, a heart for those that are underprivileged and need a hand up and a handout in our community. She comes from such a faith-based background that teaches to love others and to do unto others what you would want them to do unto you. And I just want to commend her enormously again during this horrible year of a pandemic as a rookie, and Councillor Nan in shoring her up as vice chair, taking over when it was necessary, that the 2 of them, baptism of fire again, unprecedented times. And in our ECS committees, we deal with all those issues that the pandemic exposed. LTC homes, housing, poverty, recreation, social services, all those issues that have come to the fore that the department needed to be there for our community. I just want to again thank, and it was a privilege serving under Councillor Pauls and Councillor Nan as vice chair. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I have one other item later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Nan, go ahead.
I just want to say ditto to Councillor Jackson there. Thank you, Councillor Pauls, for a year of tremendous service as chair. On item 10, if I may, through you, Mayor, I just wanted to make a couple of brief comments on the expanding housing support services for women, non-binary, and transgender community subcommittee report recommendations and the subsequent item that the committee approved as well. What this project does with Good Shepherd in item A is the potential of permanently adding 50 net new shelter beds for a demographic and population here in Hamilton whose housing and homelessness, specifically homeless experiences, tend to be invisible and be compounded by gender-based violence as well. So not only is this going to increase the number of shelter beds when our overall system has been in a deficiency for a number of years on the women's side, but it also adds numbers of beds for women who are specifically experiencing violence and gender-based violence. The other aspect of this project is that it has the potential of bringing on up to 65 permanent affordable units as well. So from that perspective of the housing spectrum of moving people from homelessness towards thriving into permanent housing, this model of both a shelter shelter and transitionary supports and the kind of supports that an individual needs moving through the trauma that they've experienced for whatever reasons that have rendered them to become homeless is the key that we need to continue seeing additional funding from higher orders of government to land these types of solutions. So again, big fan of this project coming forward and the potential of 65 permanent housing units and 50 additional beds into the system. That said, the need in the community around the deficiency of the shelter beds, although temporarily accomplished through the hotels, is something that we are going to need to continue contending with as a council moving forward. In 2021 budget deliberations in January/February, when this the $950,000 net levy operating costs that's in the recommendations here come before us, I'll definitely have an opportunity to speak to that then. But I think from a overall investment strategy, this is something that we need to deliver on, and the sooner the better. And within this term of council priorities from an EDI lens, this is a tremendous project that has the potential of really helping us solve a complex social issue here in our city. So that's it. And then the other component to that is Part B. Should the higher levels of government funding not come through, the recommendation here is that the 15 beds that were closed when Mountain View closed had to make their operational decision to eliminate those 15 beds. That's part of the issue here that we're trying to solve. My concern is that within 2020, we haven't been able to make those beds permanent. And it would be my hope that in the new year, in this decision, once it comes back in the budget process, we will be able to make those beds permanent and increase net new 35 on top of that. So those are my comments on that one, and many thanks to my committee colleagues in a robust discussion about that when it came forward last week. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There are a number of positive housing initiatives in this report, so yeah, we'll keep working to see if we can accommodate everyone. I've got Councillor Whitehead first time, and then Councillor Jackson second time. Councillor Whitehead.
I want to thank the committee and Nan for their leadership on this file, and I want to say, because some people need to be educated, that no one provides a greater per capita human output for people in need in Ontario than the City of Hamilton. We actually service over 2.5 million people. We are a regional center that attract people from many areas of the province. So there's no doubt that Hamilton and Hamiltonians feel a bit of a burden in the context of cost. But having said that, we need the federal and provincial governments to step up to the plate. But I challenge some of my council colleagues around this table and any of the community to take a look at per capita spending on these issues across the province of Ontario. You won't find anyone that spends as much as Hamilton, Ontario, except perhaps Toronto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark first time. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the item that I'd want to speak to is item number 13. It's called Rent Ready Program. I moved this at the committee, and I just wanted to acknowledge and give thanks to Councillor Marula, who was working on this motion, was unable to attend the committee, and then shared this motion with me. And in essence, I moved it as a proxy for him. This is an excellent idea in terms of making sure that the maximum $1 million of surplus we can utilize in the Housing Services Division and rapid repair of social housing units and the rent bank. So I think it was a great idea. I want to acknowledge that he found where the surplus was and came up with an idea in terms of to make sure that we can utilize it properly this year, which will help offset some of the pressures that we're experiencing as a result of COVID and its impact on the homeless. So those are my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm sure he'll appreciate that acknowledgement. Thank you for doing that. Councillor Jackson, other item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just item 12. I think it's important for the public to know how much we continue to care about our two long-term care facilities of Macassa and Wentworth Lodge. And this is a recommendation from Committee Investing in Canada's Infrastructure Program, COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream for Long-Term Care Homes Funding Intake. I'll just go to the therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to submit for consideration to the Ministry of Long-Term Care in accordance with terms and conditions associated with in investing with the new ICIP program, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the COVID-19 stream, that for improvements to our HVAC systems at Macassan Wentworth Lodge, that we authorize General Manager Paul Johnson, Senior Administrator Holly O'Diarty to request funding from the ministry of $2.4 million approximately for a total project cost of $2.6 million. I hope this demonstrates to the community how much we think of and support and protect the 430 residents that call Macassan Wentworth Lodge home, Mr. Mayor, run by the municipality. And this was an important, prudent, proactive move. There's funding out there, but the general manager and the senior administrator needed to be bolstered with the authority from committee and council so that they could apply for this funding. I'm fully supportive. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Collins, first time.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I need to amend item 15. If you'll note for the record that I made a mistake on this one, so you can put that on my file. On item 15 under A, in consultation with Mission Services, that should read 95,000, which I think was the second iteration of the motion that I provided to clerk. So my mistake there. If I could have that amended to reflect 95 instead of 90, which is in the motion, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I think we may have to do that formally now based on where we're at. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Clark, that we amend the 90,000 number to 95,000. I see no objection. So formal vote on that. All in favor? Vote is up. Thank you for that correction, Councillor Collins. I'm assuming that's carried. Got them all. Got them all. Everyone's voted, and it's unanimous. Thank you. I'm to Councillor Paul's and Councillor Nan's motion and on the report as amended. All in favor now? And again, I think I would hope that we have all the votes in. Thank you so much. Councillor Whitehead, able to vote? Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead. Thumbs up from Councillor Farr. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I think we've got them all. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and get a few more done here, folks, and then we'll break. Councillor Clark, motion to waive the rules to present the General Issues Committee report, Grids 2. You know, and if there's going to be a lot of debate on this report, which is then we need to you know, maybe take the break now and come back to it. I'm not seeing. I see one that wants to debate. I'm not seeing I see nodding of the heads to not come back or keep going. All right. I would say that let's keep going. So, Councillor Clark, please put your motion forward to waive the rules to present that report.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
That's section 5.72 of the city's procedural bylaw 18270, which provides that a minimum of 48 hours shall pass before a committee report is presented to council be waived in order to consider the General Issues Committee Grids 2 and the Municipal Comprehensive Review Report 20-024.
Great, thank you. A vote on that, please, to waive the rules. All in favor? Any opposed? A seconder for that was Councillor Danko. At least that's what I heard.
Me too.
There you go. We're in sync.
And I'm assuming that
Somebody's
passed.
mic, Mr. Chair. There seems to be more mics in.
Sorry? There seems to be which? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Seems to be more mics. I'm hearing people making comments when I thought the mics were shut down.
I have heard no comments on my end, but not sure what you're hearing.
Chair and the fellow that's moving the motion. So
correct.
the next motion, that the General Issues Committee Grids 2 and the Municipal Comprehensive Review Report 20-024, being the meeting held on Monday, December the 14th, 2020, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, sir.
Okay, thank you. And the seconder for that was Councillor Danko. Thank you. Any comments on the Grids 2 report? Not seeing any. We'll go right to the vote then. Thank you. All in, Councillor Whitehead.
I want to take this rare moment to compliment a very complex file, compliment the staff right from top to bottom, because many people work on this file. Overall, I think this is a comprehensive look on our future. I believe that they actually looked at what the priorities are and what the catchment areas are, and found probably what I thought was the best compromise to meet their needs, but not to ignore preservation of prime agricultural land. So I just want to provide those comments because there's so many staff people that worked on this report, and I know how complex it was. I know they had a lot of heat from many directions, and they did an incredible job. And I want to thank them personally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have an indication that we need a separate vote on item 3, was it, Janet? Because? Declared a conflict? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And we do have additional speakers at this point. That'd be Councillor Clark. So go ahead, sir, and then we'll come back to item 3 for a separate vote. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, and I'll be very quick. A large component of this report is the next phase of the public consultation, which is going to be rolled out over the next few months. And I just wanted to ask staff that as they're developing the promotional material to encourage people to participate in that consultation, to share those graphics with us so that we can use our social media accounts to push for that civic engagement. I think the more people that can be engaged in this process at this point, the better it will be for the overall city. And so I'm just asking if staff could cooperate in that way. Thank you, sir.
I think that's an affirmative. And you're okay with that that answer from me? Okay, thank you. We're going to go to item 3 of that report and allow Councillor Johnson to register her abstention. So on item 3, all in favor or opposed and or abstaining? Everyone's able to vote? Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Yep, still in the swirl. Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you. And we're going to go to the main report on grids itself. It was moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Danko. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead on the main report.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly. I couldn't attend that meeting yesterday because I was on a critical meeting with Conservation Ontario. I sit on that council as appointed by the Hamilton Conservation Authority. But Heather Travis, this was on Monday, and Heather Travis and Joanne Hickey Evans gave me a special walkthrough on it yesterday. I just wanted to thank them for that special attention, and I'm fully supportive of the recommendation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So on the main motion as moved and seconded, all in favor or opposed or abstaining? I have to say, Janet, you're extra speedy today getting those motions up here. That's good. Well done. Anyone not able to vote? Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Councillor Whitehead? Okay. Thank you. We're going to turn to on that one. We're not rising from committee of the whole at this point because we've got some outstanding committee reports to deal with. So we're dealing with motion, which is a motion to appoint to the Greater Barrie Area Subcommittee. Councillor Nan, you have that motion. Could you please put that forward, please? There we go. Do you have it before you?
I
Okay, I have it.
unfortunately do not have it before me.
Right, and the motion is simply that moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Jackson, that the Councillor Wilson be appointed to the Greater Bay Area Subcommittee for the balance of the 2018-22 term of council. That is the motion. Any comments on that motion? Any major objections? Standing recorded vote? No, just kidding. All in favor? I miss standing recorded vote. I don't know why. Old school, I think. Tom, yeah, you would agree. Okay, we've got everybody. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Mr. Wilson, you have a motion on an appointment to the Committee Against Racism.
Yes, I do. Very pleased to do this. That Councillor Nan be appointed to the Committee Against Racism for the balance of the 2018 to 2022 term of council.
Great, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Danko.
Yes.
Thank you. And any questions or comments? Councillor Whitehead. Did you unmute yourself? There you
Sorry,
go.
Mr. I want to congratulate Nan. I can't think of a better person saying on what I find is a committee that's going to be that has been established. I believe is McMaster involved with this committee as well, Mr. Mayor? McMaster
no, not at this point. No.
But is there talk about? My understanding is anyway. I just want to. I think there's a far reach, and I think this will be a committee that has a heck of a lot more credibility in the context of providing that bridge than what currently exists today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So on the motion to appoint Councillor Nan for the balance of the 2018-22 term, all in favor? And ever Councillor Partridge able to vote or thumbs up? Thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge. Councillor, okay, we got them all. Another unanimous decision from this council. Brilliant, Councillor. So item 6.3, a motion regarding the housing demonstration project. Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You have it in front of you, and it's an amendment to previous, I believe, recommendation that came to council. So this is housekeeping. It will provide the same level of support for the project as was identified and supported under previous council motions. However, from finance staff's perspective, this, I believe, is a cash flow issue. And so I'm moving this, to be clear, Councillor Marula would have moved this, but in his absence, I'm moving it in his stead. And I believe that this will have there's a positive impact that will flow through to the 2021 budget process. If I could just check with Mike before we move this, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Michael?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct. The overall level of investment is unchanged. It's just the cash flow. So recognizing that for 2021, we will likely not require the full annualized amount, so only requiring a half year. And 2021, consequently extending the program out to a half year in 2026. So as the budget was developed for 2021, we reflected council's previous position. So if this motion were to be approved by council, this would result in a further reduction to our current levy position for 2021.
Thank you.
Great. So it's before you and council, Mr. Mayor, for your consideration. And again, special thanks to finance for proactively bringing this forward, and for Councillor Marula for steering us through many years of investments to this project in his ward.
Great, thank you. So any comments or questions on the report itself, or the motion, I should say? Seeing none, all in favor or opposed then? With the vote coming right up. Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else not able to vote? Perfect. Thank you. All done and carried. Thank you. Councillor Danko, you also have a motion, an amendment to the General Issues Committee report respecting public transit stream grant program. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's moved by myself and whomever else would like to second it to put it on the floor.
Okay, a seconder for that. Councillor Pauls, thank you.
Thank you. So this is a pretty big financial hit to the city of Hamilton here. There's $4.5 million of funding that is going to have to be allocated to come out of reserves to pay for the Presto refresh. And I'm going to go back a number of years to just kind of try to explain maybe a little bit where this came from, and then further questions could go to our Director of Transit. But Council, remember that the provincial government basically, put us in a position where we had to accept Presto and fare integration and fully integrate Presto into our transit system under the penalty that we wouldn't receive, I think it was gas tax funding if we didn't comply. And as part of that original, and the former provincial government promised to double the amount of gas tax that municipalities would receive. So if the Ford government had to follow through on that promise, we'd be receiving about an extra $11 million every single year from gas tax funding. So that was canceled, which left the Presto conversion and refresh unfunded. And the provincial government, I believe, through Metrolinx and the MTO, requested municipalities to, or sort of advised municipalities to apply through ISIP for funding, which is what we did, along with all the other transit authorities that were similarly affected. So all these transit authorities, including ours, applied for ISIP funding for the Presto refresh, and then we were subsequently denied. So Council will recall that one of the qualifiers for ISIP funding was that you couldn't apply for programs that had already started or were in progress. And as it turns out, the Presto refresh was deemed to be already in progress at the time that we applied. Therefore, we were deemed to be ineligible. So unfortunately, what that does is leaves a $4.5 million hole in our budget, which we're now being forced to have to fund out of our reserves. And Metrolinx and I believe it was did assist us with the ISIP application. I think they submitted a letter of support, but subsequently, like I said, now they're informing us that we didn't actually qualify. So. Last point on this is that this $4.5 million isn't necessarily lost, that we're reallocating it to other transit priorities. So we're changing our funding application. So we know we're not now eligible for the Presto funding, but we're taking what we had previously applied for and are applying it to other transit projects. So that's kind of the gist of it from my understanding anyway, and I encourage Council to ask any further questions, like I said, to our Public Works staff.
Okay, thank you. So pretty fulsome report. Any comments or questions on it? Councillor Whitehead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had the honor and privilege to represent you in a couple of meetings with Metrolinx and on the whole Presto card. There's a lot of other issues buried in this that the good councillor spoke before me didn't even get into. There were many commitments in the context of the arrangement that we had originally with the Presto card with Metro, and they never fulfilled those commitments. And we identified, I think it was 11 of them, if I recall. And there was commitments in this new iteration that a lot of the things that we were requiring and requesting would be met. So I guess my question is, has there been any improvement on that front?
Okay, so Mike Zegarac, in terms of the financial aspects of this.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Danco's identified, is staff are submitting some additional projects, reflecting the fact that there is some funding room now that's opened up because the city's finding internal funding sources. To Councillor Whitehead's question regarding any outstanding issues pertaining to Metrolinx. Debbie may be better to speak to that. I'm not familiar with, again, any outstanding operational or partnership efforts or initiatives.
So the GTHA identified, I believe, 10 or 12 commitments were made that were never realized by the communities. I know that the city ourselves, I don't know if Mike, it was your department or Transit identified commitments that were made in the context of entering into this the system that they were required to do and they didn't get done. So I guess my question is, are those outstanding issues, have they been addressed?
Debbie?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. So what I can speak to is that you're correct. There were a number of undeliverables from the first Presto operating agreement that remained outstanding as we entered into our second agreement with them. We have been working with them diligently to ensure that the provisions of the new operating agreement are being adhered to, and we have made some progress and some outstanding deliverables. I'd be happy to provide an update, an information update on the totality of those outstanding items and where we stand today to provide you with more specific details.
Thank you.
I appreciate, because it speaks to the partnership and additional. Well, I guess it could be costs if they don't meet up to those commitments. So I wouldn't mind maybe back at the appropriate committee, Public Works, that we highlight what has been outstanding from day one and what's outstanding today. That would be the length of time, because I think those commitments originally made that still haven't been met. So I'd like to see that in a wholesome way for all my council colleagues.
Right, thank you. So back to the main motion, moved by Danko, seconded by, I can't recall, Paul. Second. Thank you, that's correct. On the main motion then, all in favor of the financial perspective, thank you. And Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up, sir. Thank you. We're going to move to item 6.6. That's carried. I'm going to try the public issues out of the way so that we can have some sort of a smooth transition. So if you're okay, unless we expect a lot of debate on item 6.6 or 7.1. So I'm not seeing great indications, so let's try that. Item 6.6 is an amendment to item 9.2, the November 11th, 2020 council minutes. Councillor Ferguson, you have that amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
It's a housekeeping matter.
It is a housekeeping matter, and staff advises that they inadvertently left off one of the reports off the joint report between Legal Services and Public Works. So the motion is simply to add that report LS 20039A to the report, and I'd like to move that housekeeping amendment.
Thank you, and a seconder for that could be Councillor Partridge. Beautiful, thank you. Any comments? Not seeing any. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. All in favor or opposed? And Councillor Partridge, I'll assume a thumbs up or thumbs up. It worked. Even better. All done. Thank you. And item 7.1, Councillor Collins, you have a ministerial zoning order request to facilitate rapid housing initiative to construct affordable housing.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, and I would require a motion to waive the rules in order to present this as a motion today.
Okay, thank you. And there is some urgency to that because we're advancing those funds as we speak. So notice of motion, waiver moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Ferguson, sorry. All in favor? Ferguson, yep. Thank you. Councillor Partridge, thumbs up, I assume, or you voted? It's working. All right. all the better. Thank you. That's carried. Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And this is for 350 King Street East, otherwise known as First Place, located in Councillor Nan's ward. And I believe we were successful as it relates to the Rapid Housing Initiative. And the plan is to convert the vacant, long-standing vacant commercial space on the first floor of 350 King into 15 residential units. And we require I believe it's a minor variance as it relates to converting this from commercial to residential. And at the request of staff, they're seeking a ministerial zoning order so as to ensure that we meet the timelines, as you just referenced, for the RHI monies. And I would look to the ward councillor, Councillor Nan, to second the amendment if she's comfortable with that. Or sorry, the motion, not the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Did I hear an affirmative there, Councillor Nan?
Yep, I will second it, and I do have a couple of questions. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Now's the time.
Yep.
So through you to staff, I can appreciate the timing factor here, given the Rapid Housing Initiative dollars needing to be spent and allocated and the units up and online within a 12 to 18 month window as per the conditions of the fund. But I was just curious from a portfolio perspective, are there any other affordable housing projects that are also receiving RHI funds that would require this kind of ministerial zoning order? I guess my concern is setting a precedence versus a one-off scenario versus some sort of policy that helps us as a municipality streamline the applications and streamline the process in order to enable the ambitious targets, but also the bold strategies and the applications that are currently in the roster among our social housing service providers. So through you to staff, if I could get some clarity there, please.
I see Edward John. Edward, go ahead.
Thank you. Edward John, Director of Housing Services, and through the Mayor to the Councillor. So this is the only proposal of our 4 projects that we put forward that has zoning issue with it in terms of delivering those units. We're aware that through the second stream of funding, there could be potentially other projects that may have zoning issues, but we did want to be very discriminate in terms of how we chose the proposals that went forward. So we were trying to limit in terms of the use of MZOs in this format to ensure that the precedent argument can be protected as we go forward, recognizing that this is a provincial process as opposed to a local decision process.
And through you, is the concern that if we were to use the authorities that the municipality already has, that we wouldn't be able to meet the timeline? Like, what does the minor variance approval process take on average versus the timeline for implementation of this?
Thank you. Edward?
So through the Mayor to the Councillor, the process is always a concern and a risk to those projects. This is a very tight timelines in terms of the turnaround. It's 12 months as they indicated approval of the funding. So we're already into that 12-month period. And we certainly need to capture as much time as we can through the process, and any issue such as an appeal or a process of that effect could certainly derail the normal delivery of this, particularly under the very quick timelines of that 12 months. This was one of those projects that actually thankfully was fairly well reviewed in terms of the pre-work done from an architectural perspective. So we're also avoiding a process such as site plan because this is all internal changes to the building. So it hit many of the qualifiers that we needed for a project outside of the zoning implication with respect to placing residential at ground floor where currently commercial exists today. I would note that this wouldn't be a complete conversion of all the commercial space, and certainly along the King Street frontage, which is the protected predominant street, you would have that maintained commercial space. This is, as Councillor Collins raised, for those areas that actually over time have really struggled to have any sustainable tenant within them from a commercial perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Absolutely in favor of the project. I guess I'm just a little bit nervous about setting precedent with the MZO versus a citywide policy that enables us to not necessarily fast track, but make sure that our own processes and planning authorities and approvals don't impede our other strategic priority, which is landing more affordable units and getting that 6,000 person wait list eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to defer to go after Councillor Danko. I know he has an MZO in his ward. I'd be interested to hear his remarks. I have some concerns about precedent. Thank you.
I don't have Councillor Danko on the list to speak that I'm aware of, but I could be wrong. Go ahead, Councillor Danko, if you're...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, sorry, it's not allowing me to request to speak, so I did put it in the chat. But that, anyway, so I understand that because of the tight timelines with the Rapid Housing Initiative, and obviously I 100% support this project, and I really appreciate Councillor Collins putting this on the table, making sure that we're going to hit those timelines to get this built in the period that's provided. But I guess my question is, the 12 months from the approval of the funding, that timeline was set by whom specifically?
Edward?
So through the mayor to the councillor, so that was through the federal requirement under the Rapid Housing Initiative program delivery expectations. So they were very clear in that. When we introduced the program, it did actually limit a number of great projects out there that struggled not just with zoning issues but with site plan processes and other typical planning and building processes. So it was a restrictive requirement on the basis, obviously, as we can appreciate, delivering rapid units to respond to the pandemic. So for good reasons, but certainly did have some limitations in terms of the types of projects we could consider.
So the federal government set the timeline, and then we reviewed potential projects, and we picked the ones that were most farther along, that had studies done that we would be able to deliver within that timeline. And my understanding, it was staff, is that if it through the planning process and rezoning, that we would be able to expedite this work. That it's a matter of public importance, and staff would be able to expedite their review. But even with that, we still wouldn't be able to hit the timeline without the MZO. Is that understanding accurate?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yeah, there's an inherent risk through any process in terms of the timelines. And just as we piece this out in terms of their delivery of the conversion, the ability to fast track this piece is fundamental to allowing us to secure the units, and certainly the federal government want to see these units opened. It's 12 months maximum. They want to see it as quickly as possible.
So I guess my reservation then is, of course, we have an unwanted administrative zoning order in Ward 8 for the psychiatric hospital lands that was dropped on us with no consideration, no consultation, no forward notice, nothing. Whereas in this case, we're requesting a minister's zoning order. So it's unfortunate that the timelines that the federal government put in place put us in a position where we, from what I'm hearing anyways, we really don't have any choice. So, I can hold my nose and vote in support of it, based on the facts that are before us. But I guess my follow-up question is, what happens if the ministry or the minister doesn't allow us this MZO? Then what becomes of the funding in the project?
Edward?
So through the mayor to the councillor, we would make a decision whether to proceed through the normal process and take the risk then in terms of delivering this in the very tight timelines that they have. And like I say, this project, for a number of other reasons, was chosen, and for the purposes of the actual planning process, had the fewest constraints when it came to the recognition. This was a use change of an existing mixed-use building. So there's already residential within this building. It's actually already a social housing provider, and this was not removable the commercial, but only a component of that. So there were many of those considerations placed forward, and certainly I appreciate the concern with the precedent argument as we go forward with this type of process.
And just last question is we approve this today to request a minister's zoning order for this specific project. What is the timeline that we're expecting that will actually be approved before we have to readjust our plans?
So through the mayor to the councillor, my understanding is a fairly quick return and response on the request, and then staff would implement the necessary tools to implement the changes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Collins for bringing the motion forward. Most of the themes have been raised. On a go-forward basis, again, my concern is having supported this particular MZO, and the province seems to be slapping MZOs down all across Ontario like it's nobody's business. Is it possible so that we have something at the ready in the event that we have another, whether it's another community housing provider that may come forward with a request, or there may be a private business entity that is looking to expand or relocate or something? Is it possible that staff could report back on perhaps some criteria that in the future that might guide in our assessment so that we're not put in a position where we don't have anything to refer to in our assessment? Through you, Chair.
Edward.
Through the chair to the councillor, we can certainly take direction to do that. I would reiterate that this is a new program with very strict timelines. We don't anticipate having to be in this predicament in many circumstances in the future. If this program were to be repeated, we are messaging to our community partners that to be ready, and I think we were all ready for investment. That being said, 12 months is still a very small period of time. So following this, and should there be subsequent phases of this type of funding, we are already working with many of our existing partners to make sure that there are no zoning issues going forward, that they have that prerequisite done, that pre-planning. And just to clarify, most partners do the pre-planning, but even to the point of this very clear shovel-ready predicament, which is the intent as it's clear from the federal government that they wish to see, as well as the provincial government. We've been hearing those signals, but this is the first time where we've appreciated the fact that they want it very much shovel ready, and we'll work with our partners to make sure that this is a very rare occurrence.
So thank you. Through you, Chair. If I just understood Edward Reddy, I think he was talking about the sophistication of our community housing partners. But my concern again is perhaps other entities or other initiatives out there that may see an opportunity in an MZO to do something that we may not have anticipated, or we don't have a framework. So if he doesn't think it's necessary to develop a framework for this council, then I will look for that clarification once again. Or if he does think that there's some value in that, please.
So through the mayor to the chair, I would provide my opinion in the sense that I think this will be a very rare request that would come through staff and through the councillors. I really do not see this being a regular occurrence. The flip side of this is we may have requests from entities, whether they're developers or community home builders, to do this, and that may be, and we've seen it in the past, a request come through that process. So there may be merit in determining how those are addressed in a comprehensive and clear and concise way that's defensible.
Well, I suppose we could cross that bridge when we come to it if there are other private entities who see an opportunity for some endeavor under something like this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question would be to Mr. Thorne or Mr. Robichaud, if they're available. What are the current policies within the city in terms of requesting an MZO for the city?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no policy for requesting MZO. This is a relatively new thing that the province has put in place where city councils can make a request. So it can't come from, it's not a staff request, it's not an applicant's request. I'm aware of one situation where an inquiry was made and the response given to them was if they want council to request an MZO, they need to write to council and ask that council request an MZO. It really is the only way that a request can be made. The province is very clear; it must come from council.
In terms, thank you for that. And in terms, Mr. Mayor, of the requirements for this subject property, is it a zoning application, rezoning? Is it a variance? Because I've heard it described both ways. I'm trying to understand exactly what the city would need to do to have this property approved and ready to go.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and given that we haven't done a full assessment, I couldn't say for certainty whether we would ask that it go through a minor variance or a rezoning process. It is a fairly straightforward change in that essentially what's being asked is for the addition of a use at the ground floor to permit residential at ground floor. So we haven't done a full review to suggest whether if it had to go through a city process, whether it would go through the minor variance or a rezoning. But either way, it would be, even if we were to expedite, it would take a couple of months to get through that process. And I think that's the concern that the councillor is raising and Mr. John is raising.
And can you elaborate as to why it would take a couple of months to get a variance?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if it is variance, there is still a requirement for the application to come in for staff to do the circulation, write the report, and then schedule a hearing. And we are usually a month or two out in terms of scheduling C of A hearings. So if we had to go through the city process and if it was deemed to be a minor variance, that would be the quickest way to go. But like I said, it would still be a couple of months. If it's a full rezoning, we typically would advise an applicant that a full rezoning takes in the range of 6 to 12 months. As was noted, we do expedite affordable housing requests. But even at that, I would suggest we're probably in the 3 to 5 months probably range. And it's not a question of whether or not it's supported or not. It's just a question of the circulation time, the report writing time, the public notice time, those sorts of things.
Okay, so I heard two different responses. So a couple of months, 5 months. So which is it?
Yeah, so through the chair, it would depend whether it's deemed to meet the test to be a minor variance or whether it would require a rezoning. So minor variance, as Councillor knows, would go to committee of adjustment. That's a little bit quicker. Minor variance would go to committee, and there's a difference of a couple of months probably between those two processes.
So given that there's no assurances that we will be granted a ministerial zoning order, especially in light of all the criticism that the government took on the ministerial zoning order that they implemented, why would we not run a parallel track and start our planning process as well as making a request for the MZO in the hopes that one of the two will work? Why put all of our eggs in one basket when we don't control the outcome?
Jason.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I maybe refer that one to Mr. John, but certainly if an application is made and then it's deemed to be no longer needed, it can be withdrawn. If that's the path that City Housing wants to go.
Edward?
And through the mayor to the councillor, and so I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. I'm not sure if it's me or others. So I am aware that the applicant, City Housing Hamilton, have been working with a planning consultant and likely will have the requisite materials. I would add that it is anticipated we would hear relatively quickly back from the ministry on the request, but certainly I'm happy to work with CHH and their planning consultant in order to ensure that they're in a position to submit the relative material should that be necessary.
I guess my challenge, Mr. Mayor, is I'm having some issues of faith on a number of fronts. We were told that we could get federal funding for Metrolinx or for Presto by Metrolinx, and that fell through. So we get told certain things and then it doesn't happen. In this case, we need this to move forward. I'm struggling to understand why we wouldn't use a parallel track. And candidly, I'm truly struggling with us requesting an MZO. It is a draconian tool. It is rarely used. It interferes with the public engagement process dramatically. It cuts it completely out of the picture. There have been 38 ministerial zoning orders issued across the province. It is a record in the last year. It's staggering to think that the government is doing this right across the province, and now we're being put in a position that we have to request one in order to expedite a development that normally would go through a regular process, which includes civic engagement. So I'm being very candid, Mr. Mayor. I'm truly struggling with this. I understand the intention. I understand the intention of Councillor Collins' motion and staff's advice on it. I get it. But it still breaches the fundamental policy with regards to civic engagement. And I honestly do not understand why we wouldn't have a parallel track. Start the planning process here. And if we're stuck and we have no choice to get the MZO, then you're able to demonstrate that you've at least tried to work through the planning process, and it wasn't going to work in an expedited fashion for the city. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
So, Mr. I don't necessarily disagree with some of the comments that just were made, but we're in unique times and we're in a unique situation. One, we've got COVID. Two, we've got acute housing shortages in our community. Three, we're a regional center. So in exceptional times, exceptional tools need to be made. I like to look at a long-term process to streamline prescribed processes as it pertains to social housing, period. Mental health services, period. Housing with supports, period. I think that more red tape we take out of these processes, more readily we can meet the needs of our community. And when you're in an acute issue or time frame, then you need to look, looking at the same processes over and over again, thinking you get a different result is just kidding all of us. We need to look at different approaches, and I'm open to doing that to expedite the housing that's so badly needed in our community. The other thing I wanted to highlight is there's always risk when you're looking at funding, availability, and timing. I just want to remind my good councillor from Ward 8 that Westmount Rec Center was in the exact same situation, and I remember everyone questioning me when I started pushing to have the feasibility studies done on Westmount Rec Center. I had no advanced knowledge that funding was going to become available by the federal government in the context of infrastructure, but I just knew that we had a need to be met because the old rec center was going to be condemned. So I started that process, reformed that process, a little came out, and it was an economic uplift infrastructure program, and you had to have it built within so many months. I can tell you that Westmount almost made it, but we didn't quite make it in the context of the timelines, but we got full funding and we got the rec center built. So if there's a good story be told on these fronts, Westmount Rec Center is a living example of taking the risk and having success. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Clark for a moment, just to have a brief word on this myself. And I am no fan of ministerial orders in the general sense. They ought to be used very, very selectively and very, very limited, because it does override public consultation. It overrides any sense of appeal. And those are the things that I think are fundamental to our process by and large. I believe that the province is using this to benefit developers right across the province, and truncating public engagement and the appeal process to help speed on their development, which is a totally different scenario than what we're dealing with here today. So this is a location where housing is already present, owned and operated by Hamilton Housing. We're looking for more space to provide housing. If there's a reason or a rationale, and given the circumstances, to do a ministerial order that would help speed this along, given the timelines that we're working with, I think this one is justifiable. I can't say that for the others, but I think in this instance, I think we're looking at something that has merit, that I think we all want, which is more affordable housing, more available housing in our community, and this being in a location that is already doing that. would certainly help it along. And even if that process, I mean, the delay potentially is we have to have this project done, not zoned and not through a minor variance process within the year. It has to be completed within the year. So construction and everything else that goes with it has to be done within that 1 year time frame, or we lose the benefit of the funding. So that makes it extremely tight to be able to do. And if, in my mind, this is exactly the reason why a very limited, narrowly focused ministerial order should be applied, as opposed to random developments that someone is in a hurry to do because they just don't want to bother with the process. That's not where we're at. We're in a limited time frame, and I think we can all agree. But this is the kind of outcome that we're all looking for in terms of the use that will be put into place in this location. So I'm fully supportive of this one, but I would agree with all of my councillors that have said these ministerial orders being spread across the province is the way I see them being applied is absolutely wrong and shouldn't be happening, but the government has the authority to do so. So I sense that they're going to do more of that. But certainly something I would object to on an ongoing basis. So on this one, I think it makes some sense. I have a first-time speaker, Councillor Clark, if I could take the chair back, and Councillor Partridge.
It's all yours.
And then I'm taking it back to Councillor Collins for a second time. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I agree with many of the comments that have been made. I think this is an appropriate use of an MZO. Certainly, I think another really important use of it was at the proposed St. Mary's Quarry up in Carlisle. 3,000 people, and there would have been, 200-300 trucks a day going through to schools, through the community. We fought that for 9 years, and finally a ministerial zoning order was put on that land to protect it and not allow development. And I think that's the type of development within communities that shouldn't be allowed for a number of reasons. So I am not on for MZOs being brought forward for, expanding our boundaries and freeing up farmland for development. But in this case, I think it's absolutely appropriate. And so I will support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And, I agree with some of the previous comments. However, the ministerial zoning orders are in place where, and should be used where they serve the public interest. And we know that over the last year, we can certainly look to provincial decisions where they have used the ministerial zoning orders as for instance, to approve 2 Toronto City Housing modular home builds, very appropriate. Housing need is tremendous even prior to the pandemic. They've also used it for long-term care facilities, as I've read in media outlets earlier this year. But I think that those powers have also been abused. They've been used for retail. They've been used for office space, as I noted in one of the previous articles that I read. And so, in this instance, it's being used to assist with an affordable housing project that has strict federal government deadline. Either we're going to ask the government to use it as it was intended for, which is, in select circumstances where it serves the greater public good, of which this project checks all the boxes, or we can, talk about how it's been abused and shouldn't be used at all. And so I don't blame anyone for raising it here today, but these are the projects. The one that we have in front of us is exactly what the MZOs should be used for. And I'm very hopeful that based on the examples that I've provided as it relates to Toronto City Housing, they got a pretty quick turnaround and approval for their modular homes. I can only hope, and we can only hope, that Hamilton is treated as equal as our neighbors down the QEW. So I have it in front of you for council's consideration, and it has been moved by council, or seconded by council.
Okay, thank you. Good discussion and debate around that. Let's get to a resolution on this then. So on the motion as presented, all in favor, opposed, or as Janet is putting this up, and then it's my intention to take a break at this point because we do have another motion, and then we have statement by members, and then we have in camera. So A good time to take a break. Hmm? Yeah, I know. Yep. Not my problem. Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you very much. Just going to take a break now, so we'll come back. We have a motion coming from Councillor Vanderbeek on the retail during COVID, and we'll deal with that when we come back, and then we'll go to statement by members and the in-camera portion. Thank you all. Have a great lunch. Let's be back here at 1:45. See you then. Okay, verbal, motion moved by Jackson, second by Nan. All in favor, show of hands would be great. Happy waving. Thank you. Have a nice lunch break, whatever you're going to do, and we'll see you at 1:45. Thank you. Thank you all. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to refresh, and we're back at it. And so the meeting is in session again, and I'm going to turn straight to Councillor Vanderbeek, who has a motion that was mentioned earlier. So two things: you need to waive the rules, and then present your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me 1 second to get it here. So the motion has been distributed to members of council. Has to do with the regulations in the red and gray lockdown categories for retail fairness, and it comes out of our discussion about items 4.9A and 4.9B.
Correct.
Which were referred to the EOC.
Okay, so let's.
So I'm just going to go to the resolved, okay?
No, let's waive the rules.
Oh, it's a notion
first.
of motion. Yes, I do need to make. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge to waive the rules.
Great, thank you very much. And that's an electronic vote on that. So for those that are here, please indicate your approval or otherwise. Thank you. Not there yet. Okay, it's unanimous for all that are here. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll just read the therefore be it resolved that A, the mayor correspond with requesting the province revise the regulations in the red and green lockdown categories to ensure that I, retailers selling essential items be prohibited from selling non-essential items to in-person shoppers in the gray lockdown category. And I, clear guidance related to outdoor dining structures permitted or not, so that there is consistent application of the regulations between areas in the red and gray lockdown categories, and B, that further to the referral of communication items 4.9A and 4.9B on the December 16th, 2020 council agenda to the Emergency Operations Center, that staff be directed to review these issues to investigate what, if any, local actions could be taken to support the issues outlined in the correspondence and in item A of this motion, and provide an update at the January 13th, 2020 GIC meeting. And Mr. Mayor, that's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Judy Partridge.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on that motion? Councillor Ferguson, first off, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've reflected on this. I just went for a walk outside during the break, and I have trouble with trying to force the large retailers to put snow fence across certain aisles at Costco or Walmart or whatever. And I understand exactly where the councilor's coming from on trying to help the smaller merchants, but I think we also have a duty to look out for families who need product. And if your child needs a coat and you're in a Walmart buying some groceries, they can pick up a coat for your child while it's there. And in my experience, Walmart does a very good job of controlling how many people are in the store. I've waited to go in. The same with Costco. I've had to wait to go into Costco too because they reach their capacity, and they're very cautious to make sure everybody sanitizes their hands before they come in and while they're going out. And so I respect the REITs, and we want to protect the specialty merchants that run the smaller stores. I also think we have a duty to make sure that the general public who needs certain services, particularly families, have it. It's not the high-end stuff, but it's the product that a child can go to school in, and whether he needs more school supplies or a backpack or a toque, and because it's getting cold out now, they need to have access to be able to get them for themselves. So I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Farr.
Appreciate the motion, Mr. Mayor, and I'll support the motion because of where it's coming from. And I think we all want to see some fairness for the smaller mom and pop shops. Neil Everson, our former director of economic development, used to say the singles are so much more important than the home runs, and it does look like an unfair advantage right now as it relates to the major corporation box store industry. I did look into it since it was brought up earlier at council, and Keel was going to go this way. They revised the motion, I think it was December 3rd, on this similar topic, and this is from Toronto.com, asking the province to change lockdown rules, quote, to address the inequity created as between small business required to close and businesses permitted to open and continue sales, unquote, and to, quote, avoid unfair competitive advantage, unquote. They kind of watered it down and looked like, as you alluded to earlier, the mayor was heading in a different direction to simply say, let's do it. The premier has spoken to this, according to this article, November 24th in a press conference. He agreed to, but said it was too challenging to partially close large outlets. He said, quote, do you shut down every single second aisle at Walmart or Costco? It's just not realistic. It just isn't, guys, end quote. So maybe this will help with Councillor Vanderbeek's motion, as it kind of piggybacks on where Peel was going a week and a half ago, and perhaps other municipalities may want to be advised of this motion, as we've done in the past through a correspondence on their public agendas. And I'll leave that with the mover if she wanted to consider that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, so we're really asking the province to review and consider these changes. Is that an accurate statement?
I think that's an accurate statement. Yep. Councillor Vanderbeek's confirming that.
I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, and then myself. Councillor Pauls.
Well, thank you. I think the key thing is if we're locked down, right now, if we're locked down, no stores are open except the essential. And people are saying that the essential with the big store is they have food plus everything else, like furniture, clothes, toys, books, everything under the sun. So I think we have to clarify, this is not a lockdown right now, so I could see it's okay. But if we go on lockdown, that's why the BIAs were complaining. Because I said I'm the chair, and that's what we're talking about. If we're locked down, let's say a store that sells shoes, they have to close. But a store like Costco, and I love Costco, don't get me wrong, or Walmart, they don't have to close because they mix the food with their other goods. So that's the issue. And I think when Councillor Farr read the motion that was passed was only on a lockdown. So I want to be clear, is this motion only if we go to a lockdown?
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if you look at Section A of the therefore be it resolved, it's asking the mayor to correspond with the premier requesting that they revise the regulations in the red and gray lockdown categories to ensure two things. So I is that retailers selling essential items be prohibited from selling non-essential items to in-person shoppers in the gray lockdown category. And then II is about giving clear guidance regarding outdoor dining structures, permitted or not, so it's consistent in the regulations between the areas that are regulated in red and gray categories.
Okay, so in red, can we make it clear what red really means, Mayor or the staff? Because there's a little confusion. I know a lot of little stores are open. They're following the rules. They're making sure one person, two people max. So they have to be clear, because if it's in red, it's different than lockdown. Lockdown is completely shut every restaurant, every business except the essential. So can somebody from staff clarify that for me, please?
Thank you. Paul Johnson.
So through the mayor, yes, in the red control category, we have placed additional restrictions in terms of the operations of retail establishments, but you're quite correct. Retail is open, as we talked about earlier on. Things are open right now. There just are those pieces in place, including additional measures that Dr. Richardson put in place, which all retail establishments in Hamilton need to follow as well.
Right. So in that, General Manager Paul Johnson, does this motion need to be changed instead of putting red, just to put if we get in lockdown? I just want to make a distinguish here. So
through the mayor, my understanding of the motion, it does cover two things, one of which does need to potentially be addressed in the red category, and that is the use of what are being called domes or igloos by restaurants. That is not something that only kicks in the gray area. Right now, the regulations from the province do not allow for anything that doesn't have two sides that are open on the patio, or the patio itself cannot have 4 enclosed areas. So the motion covers 2 things, one of which does apply in the red control category, and that is those outdoor dining pieces, which are causing some concern from restaurateurs. But in terms of the retail, it's quite clear. The retail is about, is about what occurs if some retail has to shutter entirely. Because right now, obviously, people can shop wherever they need to. It's just with those restrictions in place.
So, General Manager Paul Johnson, so you're saying the restaurants is totally different than a small, a store that following all the rules. If they're in red, they're opening, they're following every single rule. But if it's a shutdown, if it's a lockdown, therefore they're saying, because I talk to all the BIAs, I have meetings every month, and they're saying when we're in a lockdown, we can't sell our, let's say, our shoes, but I could go to Costco, buy bread, and then, oh, I see a pair of shoes. So it's a disadvantage to the small business owner. And I think that's where we have to make it clear in that motion. So thank you.
I think that's what the motion is getting at, is that when we go into lockdown, the big box stores are allowed to open because they carry groceries. Every other retail outlet is not allowed to open because they don't carry essentials.
Right.
It's fundamentally unfair, and that's what the motion is trying to get at.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson. Unmute yourself there, Councillor. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm just rereading the motion, and I appreciate the motion before us, and this is to get the Premier's office to revise regulations. I appreciate that as well. I just want to, in regards to, I'm just going through my head, I know I raised concerns a couple of meetings ago, and Paul Johnson's aware, with regards to the restrictions on arenas, ice pads, soccer facilities, dance studios that have separate rooms. And I think it comes under the same category as the guidelines for dining. And I don't know if it could be a friendly amendment that we also get clarification, because I'm hearing that we are interpreting it differently than some other communities. And I know Paul Johnson has verified that this is the province's a position on it, but I'm just really concerned because I have businesses in my ward that, have been restricted, when others and their clients or customers are going to other communities now because they're interpreting the legislation differently. So if we can add that as not just the outdoor dining, but also recreation, I would say recreation facilities being multi-pad ice pads, multi-pad facilities, etc. And if that could be a friendly amendment, I'd appreciate through Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor Partridge, just so we can get some clarification, because there are businesses out there that really need to have clear direction.
So let's try some clarification right now. I see Paul Johnson's there. So Paul, please.
So through the mayor, a helpful piece would be for the province to more fully define what facilities are, particularly in the case of multiplexes, what we call multiplex, or arenas with more than one pad. So they are clear that they are not defining facilities. So they're saying it's a facility.
Yeah.
So then it's and most municipalities have gone with the 10 in the facility itself. Others are looking at it differently, and then having to legally define what that is and put all that in place. And of course, that requires a lot of work, and then for you to be comfortable that we take on a bit of that risk. So it would be very helpful if there was some clarity. We're not the only community that's asking these questions, and all it would need to do is a refinement of the definition of what a facility is. And that would allow us to have a little more clarity.
And if I could respectfully ask the mover and second to do that, thank you, Paul, for that. And I'm going to be very honest, I don't want to name other communities, but they're not far from us that are interpreting it differently, and it's been very, very frustrating.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very, very happy to second this motion. I am okay with the friendly amendment around a more defined explanation of facilities, as Paul had requested. or suggested, I should say. I also want to thank Councillor Danko for his input in this, and everybody working together with Councillor Vanderbeek and myself. And I want to thank Councillor Vanderbeek for bringing this forward. And I would also agree with a statement just made by the good councillor from Stony Creek. You know, these. In the weekend, I was in a couple of restaurants talking to folks, and you know they were particularly perplexed because they were getting phone calls from people living in Brampton and people living in Toronto, wanting to know if the restaurant was open and, you know, could you save a table? We'll be there in an hour. And they said, whoa, wait a minute, where are you calling from? And when they told them, they said, you're supposed to stay home. You're not supposed to be coming to our area. So, you know, again, it is, it's very worrisome when there are other municipalities around us that have A, people coming from those areas that are in lockdown, but B, saying, you know, interpreting the laws a little bit differently, the bylaws a little differently, and saying, yes, the igloos are allowed on the patio and they are going to be considered patio and not part of the indoor numbers. So again, I just want to thank everybody for their input on this, and Paul Johnson as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, first time.
For clarity, Mr. Chair, you made an announcement on Monday. You had to go out, and we know we're in a pretty bad time frame in regards to COVID. Is there an announcement, an imminent closing of stores that you're aware of? The reason I'm asking that in the context of the motion before us is because there's some confusion on. I thank Judy Partridge for making her comment. I got people that have, for example, hairdressing appointments in Burlington. So they don't know if they are even allowed to go there if on Friday you make an announcement that there's a closure, on Saturday they got an appointment. So help me understand, if you can, for clarity, what the actual rules are.
So right now we're in the red zone, and in the red zone, the stores are open with capacity limits, as the best way to describe it. The pattern for the province has been that if they're going to announce a change, they announce it on Friday, they make it effective for Monday. So if there's going to be a change, it's likely to happen this Friday. We have no advanced knowledge of whether there's going to be, other than, and Paul can confirm this, or Dr. Richardson, who's not here, but Paul could. The numbers that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis puts us in the gray lockdown threshold. So anything 100 or more per 100,000 is the area that the province has used to put people into lockdown. Recently, Windsor, Essex, and York. So we now have Toronto, Peel, Brampton, Mississauga, Windsor, Essex, and York all in lockdown based on the numbers they see on a day-to-day basis. Paul, do you want anything to add?
Mr. Mayor, I'll only add that there is a consultation that occurs with the medical officers of health in any region, and in fact in all regions each week, to understand a wide range of the data. So not in addition to the data the Mayor talked about in our cases and our case per 100,000, our positivity rate, there would also be discussions about the state of our healthcare facilities within the cities and things along those lines, and also how many outbreaks are occurring and such. So that is the conversation that takes place. But to the Mayor's point, Cabinet makes these calls on a weekly basis, and any conversation that happens with the local medical officers of health is to gain that information so that they can make the best possible decisions, not strictly on numbers. And I think this is the piece that we're all learning, is that numbers sometimes will tell one part of the story, but there are other factors that may keep people in their current position, may have them go back into a more friendly color, or have them upgraded into a more dramatic restricted area. So it is a variety of factors, some of which the municipality is responsible for collecting, and others that go through the rest of the system.
So I think it's important to understand that for a community that's watching today. So if Halton, for example, is not struck, we're struck, all our businesses are closed, what are people to expect in the context of people slipping over to Halton to Mapleview Mall and hairdressers or whatever they need? I'm just trying to understand how closing our business is just to push our businesses to Halton is advantaging anyone in the context of controlling COVID, 1, and 2. I guess the other concern I have is that we have a hospital system, and you're saying hospital numbers are important, that is regional in base, meaning 2.5 million people. So if our hospitals are getting inundated to some degree of COVID, they're not all coming from Hamilton. Is that correct?
So through the mayor, generally speaking, the COVID cases are fairly local. We are surrounded by some municipalities or some hospitals that are much smaller. Haldeman, Norfolk come to mind. So there may be some people who are here because of complications or factors. It's generally not the COVID numbers that are being impacted from a regional perspective, but as hospitals have to decide who comes in for other types of services that would be regionally based. Hamilton, for instance, around cancer care. Those are the kinds of decisions that may impact people from outside the community as well. And so hospitals have all been asked recently, you would have seen the reports today, that they've been asked to make sure that they're ready for surges, that they have that capacity in place. And in particular, if you move into certain categories, that there are specific plans that must be in place from a hospital system as well.
And well, the reason I ask, because I know several people from well, not Waterdown, actually Flamborough area that have been admitted or currently in our hospital system and have COVID personally. So we are taking people from Burlington in our hospital system, and so I'm trying to understand, their stores we open, but their people are coming to our hospital system, and our hospital system is part of the decision whether we're going to close down the merchants in Hamilton. So they're trying to understand that. So we could go shopping in Halton, but their people are coming to our community in the context of being taken care of to some degree because they have their own hospital. They have a nice one out in Halton as well. So help me understand those numbers and how they impact that decision, or do we understand it?
So through the mayor, I think the short answer is that, public health unit by public health unit is where the conversation takes place about what category you're in. And those are based on a series of metrics that I've talked about. The advice, of course, to all Ontarians is not to move very far, excuse me, from your home unless you're going for essential pieces, which would be work, which would be traveling to medical appointments. That would be one, or a few other things that would be essential in nature. But the bottom line is you cannot stop people from moving from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. This has always been the challenge, as Toronto and Peel have obviously far faster than other areas in the province gone into more restrictive categories, including into the gray and lockdown category. Others have not, and that is a reality of the movement of people in Ontario, and there is no way to legislate against that. So you do see the movement back and forth, and I know that's a topic of conversation that occurs amongst medical officers of health and others about what do we do with adjacent municipalities or areas of where that movement is a lot more freer. We're not going to be traveling as readily to Windsor, so that's not a big issue, but certainly in the Halton, Niagara, Peel, Toronto area, there is a ton of movement that happens every day for essential and, of course, non-essential activities.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. The community appreciates that too. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the latitude.
Thank you. And thank you for the motion. So the motion is on the floor, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Okay, Councillor Vanderbeek, go ahead, and I'll put myself on the speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before we vote on it, I'd just like to clarify a couple of things. So first of all, I'm not objecting to the friendly amendment about the term facility. So I'd like to read a third piece, a paragraph under A. So this will be with regard to, I would say, all categories. A clearer definition of the term facility as it relates to recreational facilities, including multi-pad arenas, soccer facilities, and dance studios with separated areas. Does that sound like what Councillor Pearson was looking for?
I'm seeing a nod of yes.
Okay. And I'm not clear on the friendly amendment offered by Councillor Farr. So I'm wondering if he could just reiterate the wording of what he was looking for, just so I can consider it properly.
Councillor Farr?
Yeah, you could maybe, I was just suggesting we refer the motion when passed to our fellow municipal leaders, but instead maybe just refer it to AMO, the resolution, to make other municipalities aware.
So it would be an item C under it, correct?
Yeah, it's not an item exclusive of Hamilton, obviously. Yes,
So it would be a number C that the motion,
the resolution be shared with.
the resolution, sorry, you're right.
Yeah,
The
AMO.
resolution be shared with AMO.
Yeah.
Once approved.
Sure.
And on approval, the resolution be shared with AMO. Okay? I'm okay with that. And you'll have to ask Councillor Partridge, but I'm okay with that.
I see a nodding of the head. Councillor Handbrake?
So I've changed those two things. So thank you. I just, can I speak to it for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I won't take long because most of it's been said. I want to thank my colleagues for the support that they provide on this. I think it is a critical, it's critically important to at least voice our concerns to the province and to have our staff looking for additional ways in which we can support those businesses through both red and gray. And I want to assure Councillor Pauls that the motion already, as has been said, limits what we're asking to the gray lockdown area as it concerns the big box stores and the selling of non-essential items. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the motion's before us. So friendly amendments added. I think you're all clear on what the motion is. So let's get to the vote then. All in favor of that motion? And I apologize for any static coming off of my microphone rubbing on my mask. I'll try and adjust so it doesn't happen. Let me know if there's any other annoyances that I might be sharing with you. I'll be sure to do that, vice versa.
Do you want those in an email or can?
Yeah, just, put them in the chat line. Yeah. If it's a long list, let me know. Yes. It might be an extensive list. What was that, Councillor?
I was just saying they won't allow enough text to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, geez, okay. Well, coming from you, that's ironic. But thank you. So that is carried. Thank you. And I'm going to go to, and this is to share all your grievances about my performance today. Statement by members. I'll start with Councillor Clark and work our way up to Councillor Wilson to finish up. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
I have no grievances about how you've chaired the meeting or other meetings. I appreciate the efforts. It is a challenging gig when you sit there with all of the things that we're having to do now with COVID. So I respect the efforts that you put in place. Just quick comments for my ward. I can confidently say that the COVID Grinch, the Mr. Meany, has not stolen Christmas in Ward 9. The spirit of the season is not just alive, but it is enthused based on the holiday lighting displays in our communities. We drove through the ward last night, Mr. Mayor, with our grandchildren, Princess Riley and Angel Everly. Those are my nicknames. Ran out of cute ones, so now the fourth one is a devil, but only sometimes. We babysit Riley, Everly, and the two youngest ones daily, so we get to see them all the time, which we're blessed. A lot of grandparents don't have that opportunity. But we took them out last night to drive through the ward. The displays appeared to double last year's numbers. They were absolutely stunning, and they truly thrilled the children and even us seniors alike. So I want to thank the residents across Ward 9 and across the city who are trying to light up our evenings with some spectacular, colorful displays. They certainly are brightening up our lives in a dismal period of time. So I truly do appreciate that. I wish blessings to all of my residents in Ward 9. I sincerely hope they have a happy, a healthy, and a prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pearson. For some reason, we can't hear you, even though it looks like you're
Sorry.
unmuted. There you go.
Yeah, technology, I tell you, for the viewing public out there, there's too many buttons that we have to push in very short time. So thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly very pleased with how the meeting's been conducted, and I have no qualms. I too have some comments to make. Certainly, as was mentioned, certainly the Christmas spirit is out there, and it is nice to see in the neighborhoods the large number of homes, a lot more homes this year that have gone the extra distance in putting up Christmas lights and just trying to send the message that, you know, we're all in this together and we can still enjoy. If it's at a distance, we can still do it. So appreciate that. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, Mr. Mayor, I've got 3 more 40-kilometer zones, community neighborhood zones coming into effect in the new year. They will be in the Poplar neighborhood, Trillium neighborhood, which I'm really, really thrilled of, and Prairie Heights. I think the one most important is the Trillium neighborhood. This is the first on the north side of the QEW, and it will be from Fruitland Road to Winona Road and all the residential neighborhoods in there. So again, it's on the concerns of speeding, and our staff have been doing a tremendous amount of work in addressing and evaluating all of these concerns, and I really, really do appreciate it. Next, Mr. Mayor, is just a comment. We all received emails from the fire department. It is that time of year. More candles being used. People are busy in their kitchens cooking, etc. So just a caution and suggestion to residents, please be careful when you have candles. Do not leave them unattended. Be careful in not leaving any pots boiling or cooking on the stove unattended, and keep your home safe. So also be sure your smoke alarms are working. Mr. Mayor, lastly, I just would love to extend to all of my colleagues before us today and who aren't here today, and all the residents of Ward 10, the City of Hamilton, a very, very Merry Christmas. It has been a very challenging year. And I know, as much as we all hope that, yes, we'll see the end of 2020, but it doesn't mean we're out of this yet. So continue to be patient, continue to be vigilant, and it will hopefully mean that we'll be out of this sooner than later. But I wish everyone a very, very Merry Christmas and a happy and safe New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And keep those live Christmas trees watered as well. One of the issues I think was in the newsletter that you talked about a minute ago. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did discuss this prior to the meeting starting, and you suggested that I bring it up now. And that's to, through you to Mr. Johnson, I have a quick question about the social media that's been going on about Lime Ridge Mall. I've been getting a lot of emails asking how we can allow malls to extend their hours. Mr. Johnson, maybe you might want to comment on that not being under our bailiwick, but I'll leave that up to you.
Thank you. Paul?
So through the mayor, can absolutely confirm that's not a role that the city of Hamilton would play. So hours of operation for those types of establishment are not set under the regulations. That does differ when you get into bars and restaurants, but in terms of retail, retail are free to set their hours as they see fit. And the only pieces that we've added on from a retail perspective are some of the pieces around screening, making sure that people are screened actively. That means by an individual in any space in any retail space that has more than one employee. So single employer buildings are simply required to post the screening at the door. We don't require a single employer facility to do the active screening, but we do in all other cases, and that includes the mall. And that screening happens outside the mall as they enter the mall. It's not indoors at the various retail places, because that, of course, would defeat the purpose. We don't want people to enter the space if they are exhibiting any signs or symptoms of COVID or are at risk because of their close contact with individuals who may have had COVID-19. So those are the things that have been put in place. But yes, the hours are not in the purview of the municipality.
And thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. That helps me to answer a lot of emails. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I let you go, I also want to carry on the theme to highlight the individuals who are ensuring their neighbors are safe and healthy. I also want to thank the community groups for improvising from the traditional plans to bring Christmas cheer throughout Ward 11. The Mount Hope Volunteer Association have put up the Mount Hope Christmas tree on the corner of Airport and Homestead, and they're encouraging residents to take some time to come and bring a decoration with the sentiment that although we cannot be together this year, we can still create something beautiful together as a community. There have been COVID-adapted food and toy drives in the ward, and they've been absolutely successful. Earlier this month, the Pembroke folks created a drive-through Santa. Another group created a video message that was shared throughout the community featuring local residents and, of course, Santa to spread the Christmas cheer. So in keeping up with that theme, and on behalf of the residents of Ward 11 that I've been very blessed to represent for the past 10 years, from my home, as you can see, to your home, I wish everyone from the bottom of my heart a very, very Merry Christmas. Please stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick things. Number one is at the last planning meeting that we deferred a decision around an application for 15 Church Street. There was some pushback coming to that, and it's demonstrated to me that anytime we try to do any intensification in all my community, it's going to meet with resistance. So there was some problems with WebEx and getting people on, and some other people have some questions. So we deferred it, and tomorrow starting at 3 o'clock, I'm having a virtual meeting with anybody that wants to come on and ask questions. We've reached out to offer invitations to everyone who has contacted our office about this application. Anybody who wrote a letter to the planner before the went to committee, and also I'm bringing on our planning staff. The developer is going to be on the call, as is his consultant and others, to answer questions. So the bottom line is we're doing further public consultation on this on tomorrow, and the matter will be returning back to the planning committee at the first meeting in January. Second thing is the Ancaster Heritage Committee annually on the first Thursday in December does the tree lighting. And of course, we couldn't do that this year. Thousands turned out for it. But they did have a drive-by for Santa. So like Tim Hortons and Wendy's and other fast food spots, they had a drive-through. And it was set up at the Ancaster Fairgrounds. And I stopped by for a while, and there was hundreds of cars lined up waiting to come up and have Santa talk through the window of their car to their children. There was an average of about a 2-hour wait, and only 3 cars pulled out over the whole evening, pulled out of the line. And most of the kids were so excited they didn't fall asleep. Some did, but they were woke up as soon as they got up to see Santa. So I want to congratulate Darren Gerard and the whole Heritage Days Committee for an outstanding job and still putting something back into the community to enjoy Christmas and have an opportunity for the children to meet Santa. I also want to express my pride to Hamilton Airport. I had it from good authority yesterday that the first vaccine that came to Canada landed at Hamilton Airport. And that's where the Premier met the airplane and the Minister of Procurement federally. And the vaccines were loaded on secure vehicles and shipped off to Toronto. So this is an example where our curfew, not having a curfew, works, because we're able to bring in cargo overnight and they come in late in the evening. And so I was proud to see that Hamilton actually was the airport that received the first shipments of the vaccine into our country. Okay, I think I'll leave it with that. I had a couple other things, but in the interest of time, I'll pass and just wish everybody the best this season. I think we're all looking forward to 2020 being behind us and move on to a new year that's healthy and safe. And I wish everyone the best of the season. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to start with our annual tree lighting, which took place at the end of November. Just to say that although it was very different this year, the tree is stunning, the lights are great, and it seems to be a spot where families have enjoyed taking family photographs, which I hadn't noticed in years gone by. And so I just wanted to thank the Parks Department for what they do to find the right tree and decorate it and keep Memorial Square looking wonderful for the Christmas season. And I wanted to note that if someone missed the virtual tree lighting, they will find it on my Facebook page, which is @Councillor Vanderbeek. and it will be pinned to the top of the page, so they'll be able to watch it. It takes about 5 minutes. Also, I wanted to note that I have had inquiries from several people in various neighborhoods in my ward this year about the worldwide Christmas Eve jingle, which is something that started with one woman in England and spread around the world. And so this Christmas Eve at 6 p.m. Our time, families will stand on their front steps and simply ring a bell. So I know there are several neighborhoods in my ward doing that, and so I would like to challenge other neighborhoods to do that. You know, this is a year when we have to be socially distanced, and that is something that you could do with your neighbors in complete safety and unison. And so having said that, I just want to say that on behalf of my ward, on behalf of my office and my office staff, Julie Litson, I want to wish everyone across the city, whatever your faith, Merry Christmas, the best of the holiday season, and a safe, happy, and healthy New Year. Stay safe and well.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question to Dr. Richardson. Is she there?
No, she's not.
Okay, so my wife had symptoms of COVID on Saturday, sorry. Took hours to set up an appointment. Finally got an appointment at 1:45 on Sunday. Sat out stood in a line on an outdoor parking lot at the medical clinic in West End for over an hour to go in and get tested, and just got the results. I just checked an hour ago. So I guess my concern is all those that are wanting to visit their loved ones.
Let's hope the results are positive. Can we add that, please?
No, her results were negative.
Negative. I meant positive in that she does not have COVID.
Yeah, so
thank you. That's the bigger news item here. Thank you.
So the good news, she didn't have COVID, but I was concerned because she couldn't breathe and she had every symptom you can possibly think of. She nailed. So the good news is she came out negative. God bless. And but I am concerned that in those conditions, she stood out in the freezing cold for an hour. And I just hope that we can do better than that process, because if you're already under ailment and sickness, and now you're expected to stand for an hour, I mean, thank God she could do it, but I can only imagine people that may not be able to. So I hope we accommodate them. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you and my council colleagues. We all have had a tough year, some more so than others, but you've all done an incredible job in your own right. Each and every one of you. You should everyone, and I'm not excluding anybody, should be proud of the work and the challenges you've taken on, and you've taken on in good faith and in principle, and you believed in what you did, and you represented your communities with pride, and I think that is something to celebrate. I also want to extend to the frontline workers, our emergency staff, and the incredible, impossible, challenging and stressful year that they've had. And continue to have in the context of managing the COVID. And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to read the thing that I sent out to my community, if that's okay, just brief. Should I pull it up? And I think I've got a whole new appreciation, Mr. Mayor. I can say this in context of good health. And I wish everyone in this horseshoe and beyond into this community a good health. I want to thank, as we approach the season, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Ward 14 community. I can't tell you enough how much your support and encouragement mean to me. This past year was certainly a major challenge for me on a personal level, and having faced my own health scares and dealing with those of my loved ones. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your kind words and reassurance over the last year. It means a lot to me. Still, this year has been a difficult one for all of us. I know many of you have faced unprecedented challenges since the pandemic began. Some have experienced job losses, loss of loved ones, and have experienced anxieties many of us have never been confronted with before. We are truly living through something that has changed our world forever. I can only imagine the difficulties so many others are facing or have had to overcome. Now, more than ever, is a time that we want to reach out and help one another. Yet, we are limited because of the virus. I encourage everyone to do the best they can, as safety and as safely as they can, to celebrate this holiday season. This is a time of year that we share our love, our warmth, and our generosity, goodwill throughout our community, despite our differences. And this past year has definitely been full of differences. I believe it's important to remember the values that guide us through the Christmas season and reminding ourselves of these principles. It helps to reestablish in our hearts and in our minds what is truly important: our health, our community, and our loved ones. Let us make the best of what remains of this year, and may we all persevere with optimism that our futures are calm and bright. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before I start a presentation that I have for a very important young man in our community, I do have a couple of other recognitions that I want to do. And the first ones are from Calvin.
Just a brief interruption there. Councillor Whited, if you can go on mute, that would prevent any kind of additional background noise. Thank you. Councillor Partridge, sorry.
Okay now?
Yep, good to go.
Thank you. The first one is from Calvin Christian School. And Mr. Mayor, I received 3 beautiful cards, one from Abigail, one from Ella, and one from Graham. And these students, they hand drew these beautiful cards, and even though they're addressed to me, they really need to be shared with staff and all others at council, because it's really saying thank you for all the work that we are doing. And I say that as the broader we, staff and council, in this emergency to help our city and to keep our city safe. And they also, at the very end, they say, thank you also for caring for the little children in our city. So I share that with all of council because, you know, certainly as others have said, it has been a challenging year, and certainly for our staff and everyone in our community, you know, I thank you for going above and beyond. I also want to recognize, as others have said, we've had 2 or 3 drive-through Santas. Joe Sam's Park, they had it set up beautifully with, you know, all the proper protocols. Santa had his mask on even though he was outside. And, you know, there were so many cars that drove in with children all excited. They did it on a reservation basis, which was excellent, very well run by the Rotary. And the Carlisle Optimists, they decorated the entire downtown of Carlisle. Because we couldn't have the Flamber Santa Claus Parade this year, they had over 6,000 lights and didn't know what to do with them. So they went around to all the stores that got permission to decorate all the different stores on the outside. And one of our local tree farmers said he would donate the Christmas trees for them to put up on different properties that didn't have the trees. And so they said, fine, if you could donate 3 trees. Well, they ended up donating 8 trees. So if you get a chance and you want to take a drive out to the country, the lights come on at 5 o'clock. And all 4 corners of Carlisle are beautifully lit up. Christmas trees are decorated to the hilt. And this was all volunteers. Lots of children were involved. So I so appreciate everything they've done. And in Waterdown, the lights this year are incredible throughout our entire city. And Waterdown has certainly gone above and beyond. And again, there's lots and lots and lots of community drives, knitting hats, making, you know, face coverings, and it's all volunteers, everybody stepping up. So I also now want to make a very special recognition to Carter. And if I could ask Madam Clerk to please put up a picture. This is Carter Reglison. And Carter, I apologize if I have mispronounced your name, but I just want to say, this young man is 18 years of age, and he was born a partial left-hand amputee. Carter is a member of the War Amps Child Amputee CHAMP program, and he has gone above and beyond to volunteer his time to spread important messages in the community about the War Amps. He's a strong advocate with his Play Safe messages and has been acting as a safety ambassador since he was 6 years of age. Now he's 18 now, but since he was 6 years of age. Carter has been a junior counselor at the War Amps Champ seminars, which gather young amputees from across Ontario to learn about the latest in artificial limbs and deal with issues such as teasing and staring and bullying. In this capacity, he acts as a role model to the younger champs by offering advice, sharing his experiences, and exemplifying a positive approach to all the challenges. For many years, he participated with the War Amps in the Hamilton and Niagara wine parades, encouraging kids to spot the danger before they play. In 2017, he hosted safety displays at the Hamilton Wentworth 4-H Safety Night and at the Oakville Fire Station. And in 2018, he conducted amputation awareness presentations to 4-H youth organizations, educating them about life as an amputee and encouraging them to reach their full potential. Carter is an excellent example of the War Amps philosophy, which is amputees helping amputees. He has made a positive impact, not only in Waterdown, but in the broader community, and I would suggest even around the world. His determination and zest for life are an inspiration to all. So Carter, I want to thank you so very much for everything that you've done for your community, and I encourage you to keep going, keep at it. You have many, many years in which to inspire and encourage and educate everyone in the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very, very pleased to give that honor to Carter. In fact, you and I had put together, I believe, a certificate which was delivered to him because of COVID. We couldn't do it in person, unfortunately. And on a final note, I just want to say a very Merry Christmas and all the best in the new year from my Partridge family to all of you. It has been a challenging and a trying year. Our hearts are with all of those who will sit down to Christmas dinner and enter into the new year missing some family members because of COVID. It's a tragedy, and I can't wait to get the vaccine and roll it out right across our entire world. It has just been unbelievable what people have had to deal with. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the time.
Thank you, and congratulations to Carter and all of his good work. And that reminds me that we will be announcing the Order of Hamilton designations on January 3rd at our virtual levy. So if you can participate, that'd be fantastic. And we've got some great honorees this year. Councillor Danko.
There we go.
There you are. Yeah.
Find the.
I was looking for you, and you were hiding in the corner.
Find the unmute.
Not literally, virtually.
I'm just going to take a minute or two to congratulate Trustee Dawn Danko on being elected as chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. She's a college professor. She has a master's degree in education. She works with curriculum design and is also a healthcare professional. And she happens to be the only one in our household who can actually get my kids to do any work remotely and actually study or do anything productive besides playing video games and watching TV. So she's an education expert for sure. And, I'm just really proud of her. And, it's not such a bad thing for the school board and the city to be in bed together once in a while. Come on, that's funny. You can laugh.
Very good. Very good.
Also, Trustee Galindo, Cam Galindo, was elected as vice chair. Trustee Galindo is, one of these young leaders in our community, and it's kind of rare for school boards to have the number of young leadership that the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board does. So it's I think it's a really valuable asset to have that mix in there, and Trustee Galindo is definitely one of the leading voices of that younger generation. And then just finally, a big thanks to Trustee Alex Johnstone for her leadership and guidance in the last few years at the school board. She is one of the hardest working, most committed, and just one of the best all-around local leadership people that we have in the city, Hamilton. She's truly the epitome of what a public servant is. So this past year, as others have mentioned, has just been an enormous challenge for us here at the city, Hamilton, and similarly at the school board. And she's with her leadership guiding the board through what is the worst public health crisis in the past century. So really, want to publicly thank her for her service in that role. And then just finally as well, just Merry Christmas to everybody. At Thanksgiving, I went out and I bought like a 32-pound turkey, and I've never bought a turkey before. So apparently that's really big. So just public service announcement, you want to get like the smaller turkey if it's just for your family. Otherwise, you might be running into freezer capacity issues. So that's my public service announcement for the upcoming holiday season. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And then if anybody needs turkey, they could come to your house, I guess. You'll have lots of leftovers. Councillor Pauls, I don't see you there right at the moment. So I'm going to go to Councillor Jackson. I know you're ready to go, sir, and looking mighty spiffed up today, actually. Wearing a tie, looking sharp.
That's
anybody else isn't. Oh,
that's about all I got today.
Is there. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, you go ahead, Councillor Jackson, and I'll come back to Councillor Pauls.
All right.
Let her get ready.
And thanks for the kind words, Mr. Mayor. I just want to simply wish members of our beloved Jewish community a happy Hanukkah. And Mr. Mayor, as I've said in my Cable 14 message and on my media ads, I want to wish all members of the East Mountain Ward 6 community a very Merry Christmas and a hopeful, healthier, happier, free of coronavirus 2021. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pauls.
It's so hard to find the right buttons. Anyways, thank you. I just want to say in these unprecedented time, there are entrepreneurs in our city. And on Concession Street, we have a new restaurant called Yimi's, and they just opened 402 Concession Street. And it's a family restaurant. Of course, they're doing takeouts. So for everybody that lives on the mountain and would love to try it, please do so. But the most important thing for me is to share that, and you all heard on the news that there was an outbreak at Grace Villa, which actually is on the mountain, and it is in my ward. Unfortunately, seniors have died, and it's very sad and regretful situation. And I want to send my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost a loved one, especially around Christmas. I know the measures have been taken by our own medical officers and to ensure everyone that protocols are being adhered to and they are being followed and the residents are being protected. I've had people from my ward call me wondering what's going on. And also I had people calling me saying, can I help? And I'm always I know because when I wasn't in council, everybody in Hamilton, they're so giving, so helpful. And I had honestly last night, 2-3 people call me, what can I do for the home? So we have a great city. So I just want to give my condolences for that. But I want to also talk about what Councillor Johnson said about the mall. I had a long talk with Liam, and I want you to know that I don't know if the public knows, but the mall is 1 million square feet. It is a huge mall. They only allow 2,000 people, which really they should allow 4, but he's taking care. And I want the public to know he only added 1 hour, and the hour he added was at 9 o'clock in the morning. So it's from 9 to 9 at night instead of 10 to 9. And the reason was this, so that the older people that get up early in the morning could go shopping if they need to. Now, I know that we should shop online. I know we should limit all kinds, and we should, but there's people that are not good online and want to go out and buy something. So I just want to say that I want to commend Liam, and the reason is, since the pandemic has started, I want you to know that he had mental health suicide prevention fundraiser, and I was a part of it. and they raised a lot of money. He said drive-through food banks. He said frontliner to help them and give money. He had newcomers. When I got elected at City Council, I had a walkathon in the mall, and we had hundreds of people, and the money went to newcomers. So I want you to know that CF Limeridge does help our community. And I want everybody to know as well, the 70% of people that own stores there are local people. They bought franchise. And I don't know if you know anything of business, you buy a franchise, you're the owner, and it is hard to maintain sometimes. So I just want to know there was a miscommunication. I don't know if what Lehman put out, but let me be assured, the people are not welcome to come from all the lockdowns to Hamilton. We should shop local. And as the mayor had a task for, that's what we're promoting. Local, stay local, wash your hands, wear a mask, keep 2 feet apart, and let's all stay safe. And last of all, I want to say this. To the city of Hamilton and my ward, Merry Christmas. Have a great year. But I want to say also to my colleagues, I want to tell you, it's been a pleasure the last 2 years to work with you all. I just love going to work. I really do. Now it's been on the line, but I want to tell you thank you. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a safe New Year. And the staff, I got to know the staff. It takes time. There's a lot of people who work for us. So staff, thank you. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for showing me the ropes in a way. And thank you. And I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. So I hope this new year, and you know what? When I used to have a little business, my logo was together we go the distance. And I want to tell Hamilton, together we'll get through this and we'll come out victorious. So thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank the men and women volunteers from the Hamilton Beach Rescue Unit who held a Sink a Ship food drive. It's their 3rd annual event, and I had the opportunity to join them just over a week ago on a Saturday to collect food from the porches of Beach Boulevard residents and surrounding area. And they raised, or they collected almost 3,800 pounds worth of food. They filled the ship and 2 trucks, and we dropped it off and unloaded it at the East End Food Center. So I wanted to thank Charlie Witherington and all the men and women who volunteered that day, and of course, all the beach residents who donated to a local food bank. And we know that the need for local food banks, unfortunately, is on the rise with the pandemic. And I too, like others, want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and let's hope for a better 2021. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just a few comments, if I could. None of us began this year imagining that we'd have to contend with this global pandemic. Yet, the reality is true that everyone has had to make sacrifices and many continue to grieve losses. And the disparities of the impact that we've been feeling across our city has shown just how deeply the greater good needs our attention, needs our investment, and needs our action. Resilient public services like health, housing, and transit are essential and are needed now more than ever. And the way that Ward 3 residents and neighbors have been supporting each other personally through these difficult times and have been continuing to advocate for a just recovery has been powerful and heartwarming. I've seen people rallying to support our local businesses and beginning to show signs of hope thanks to the vaccination plan underway. I truly believe that we can all emerge more united, more empathetic, and stronger than ever. And in that spirit, I just wanted to remind residents that there are 2 initiatives underway over this holiday season. One is the Ward 3 Advent Windows. So if you want to go for a safely distanced walk to enjoy different pockets of our wonderful neighborhoods here in Ward 3, we have many neighbors who've signed on and put on community art displays in their windows lit up until and throughout the end of the year. So if you're interested in checking that out, check out the Instagram page, Ward 3 Advent. And I also wanted to say thank you to all the residents who are finding creative ways to celebrate this holiday season safely distanced and in a sustainable manner. We have some residents who are putting together Santa and Elle's Bike By, where they'll be riding their bikes around different neighborhoods and dropping candies onto porches and at the front doors. So thank you to all the ways that residents are spreading some joy and lovely holiday spirit over these final weeks and days that we have together. Reminder to everybody, please practice your COVID compassion. Let us round out this year with more stories about the ways in which we've shown up for each other. Please adhere to our public health guidelines and, for goodness sake, slow down. Wishing everybody a safe and healthy new year and a happy holiday season. Take care.
Thank you very much. Councillor Farr?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, of course, was the one who pointed out your microphone issue earlier, and I appreciate that you've mitigated that annoyance since. And you know me, Mr. Mayor, I'd rather point out your positives than list those flaws that you were requesting earlier. So
The list is too long. We don't have that much time.
Well, for the spirit of the season, I thought I'd mention that you were great on the Radley Show this week, sharing your vast lived knowledge and your facts around our city's historic and current housing file. Your message is definitely resonating in this community. I appreciate your daily work with the EOC, and because it may have gone unheralded earlier or not heralded enough, your mayor's tour to task force was brilliant from start to finish. A definitive, proactive, hyper-local answers to addressing the many challenges COVID has presented us in Hamilton. I also like your dog. I like your Order of Hamilton initiative and the subtle, lighthearted banter you bring as chair each and every time. You can disregard my phone message from this morning asking if you wanted a coffee. It's too late now. No need to eventually call me back. And finally, Merry Christmas to all the Eisenbergers. I'm sure you're going to be pleased with what arrives to your front door versus previous deliveries.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, it can only go up from there.
Happy holidays to everybody, including Mayor Eisenberger. The celebrations are going to be intimate, of course, this year, but those large gatherings are not canceled. They're just postponed. Take care.
You are very kind, thank you. And you take all the time you need, Councillor. You're on.
I'm done early.
I move we give him an extra 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Farr, you're done, and then it's Councillor Wilson. Thank you. And then I'll share some comments.
Thank you very much. Each day, it was starting December 1st, there are decorated windows that are revealed in homes around the neighborhoods of Westdale, Strathcona, and Kirkendale. This all started many, many years ago. It came over from a resident from Europe, and it has been active in Westdale, and I'm pleased this year the sense of community it has spread to the 2 other neighborhoods in Ward 1. So please take a stroll and enjoy the sights, and you can see the schedule of the unveiling on the website. Wherever possible, we talk a lot, frankly, on here about some rural issues. We don't talk about some of the trade-offs of urban life, in that there are nuisances we often have to put up. But one of the reasons that many of us love living in the city is that the proximity to mixed use, including neighbors who run businesses that we can walk to. They are our neighbors, and if possible, if you could shop local and support them so that they can be with us for the next few years, and you never know, you may spot an elf on your journey. Finally, if you are able to please give generously to charities that you believe in and that you wish to support, they need your assistance now more than ever, and certainly caring for those who are in need is a true measure of the holiday season. So thank you, and I wish all Hamiltonians a very safe and happy holiday, and very anxious to bring in a new year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for your comments. And if I might add that it has absolutely been a challenging year. And yeah, I would never have thought that we would be shutting things down as we reflect on the year, as we started the beginning of the year, and still in limited capacity. You know, it's almost a surreal environment that we're operating in. And given all of that, we have actually functioned extremely well, not only as a council, but as city staff. And I just want to take a moment to thank all of our hardworking city staff that have kept our city functional. You know what? Day in and day out, they're picking up the garbage. They're maintaining our parks and keeping all our water and sewer services going, and they're out there, frontline, making it all happen day in and day out. The unionized workers and the inside workers, non-unionized as well, everyone has done their part to keep our city functional, and we should all be grateful for that, because it could have steered in a very different direction, I think. But given the support that they've received, and the effort that they put into keeping it going, I really am. We have been blessed with some great civic-minded staff individuals, both on the leadership side as well as the front line. And I do want to especially single out, though, our public health teams. They have been working double time to manage this pandemic, either from the highest level of decision making through to contact tracing, the amount of time and effort that is unseen, quite frankly, by most of us, but happening minute to minute, 24/7, to try and contain this pandemic has been absolutely outstanding. And they're doing it even though right now they're probably fatigued and exhausted, as worn out as we all are with this pandemic, but still marching forward to ensure that we do everything possible to protect individuals and businesses in our community. So to all of them, a very special thank you. And you know what? We want to leave the year on a note of optimism. And the optimistic side of me says, yeah, the vaccine is going to be our blessing in the future, and we certainly anticipate that it will prevent future pandemics like this to the degree that we've experienced it. But we're going to have a challenging year next year. But there's light at the end of the tunnel. And it's not an oncoming train. It's an opportunity to come through this and get vaccinations happening through the broader community, and hopefully by end of year we'll be well past this and get back to some sense of normalcy where we can continue to grow our community in a safe, equitable, and just way. And certainly, if anything we've learned from this pandemic is that there are amplified areas of inequity that is going to require, I think, our collective attention, federally, provincially, and municipally, to ensure that when we grow back better, we're also better in terms of more just and more equitable going forward. So thank you all for your great work this year. I wish you all a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas. This is a great time to do the best you can to make it as merry as possible, given the circumstances. If for many people that's very challenging. And so I would just encourage you and anyone else in the community that has the resources, help your local food bank as much as you can. If you can donate, please do. Lots of people in our community are challenged and are struggling to get by. And there is an opportunity for all of us to share some of our resources to help agencies that are helping others in our community that need our help right now. So if you can, please feel more generous than usual, because the need is even greater. So thank you all very much, and we anticipate a better year in 2021, and that's a wrap on that one.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Whitehead, yes?
Sorry, I forgot to mention, I'm sorry to belabor this, but I do have a major meeting coming up. I should announce it's because it's after Christmas. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the latitude. I really appreciate it. And you've done a heck of a job, and you should be commended as well. I have a town hall meeting. It will be taking place on Wednesday, January 20th at 8 p.m. This is a virtual town hall. The number that people can call in on, it starts at 8 o'clock, will be 1-800-738-5489. They will be screened to ensure that they are, in fact, Ward 14 residents. And any inquiries, you can call my office number and talk to Chris, or send an email to Kristen Prince. The number is 905-546-2779, or kristen.prince@hamilton.ca. She's done an incredible job setting this up. Mr. Mayor, we have worked for 2 months surveying issues, looking at best ways to engage the community in the context of what tools we should use. And the culmination of all that work in the last 2 months, as a result of the good work my staff has done, is now come to fruition with this town hall meeting taking place in January. So I want to also thank my staff for the excellent work and support they provide. And thank you for the latitude.
Thank you very much. And just to remind you all that on January the 3rd, the New Year's levy, City Hall, the Mayor's New Year's levy will happen, but it will be virtual from 1 to 3. If you can dial into that virtual event, please do. And we will at that point be announcing the 10 merit or Order of Hamilton nominees that we're going to help celebrate on that occasion. So if you get a chance after the new year on January 3rd, tune in. And at the same time, stay safe and look after one another out there. So now we're going to our closed session minutes of November the 25th, 2020. I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Pauls. In favor of those minutes, electronic vote, please. And then we will move into camera. I'm doing my own standing recorded vote. Thank you very much. It feels good to stretch. Councillor Farr, thumbs up. Yep, thank you. Anyone else not able to vote? All good, great. And that is carried, thank you. And I'll take a motion in a moment to move into closed session pursuant to section 8.1, subsection E, F, and G, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18270 as amended, as section 2392, subsection E, F, and G, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city. The receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a matter in respect of which council or committee may hold a closed meeting under an act other than the Municipal Act 2001, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city of a local board. So moved to go into camera, Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor, electronic vote required. Councillor Whitehead?
I was trying to, for
Okay,
last
well,
I'll be trying to move at least one motion. Thank you, Mr.
You have to know that there's a lot of waving going on, and I just happened to pick two. I'm not trying to ignore you, but I'll look for you next time.
No problem.
And so while we're waiting to go into camera, members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, and we will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to come back in and return. And the votes are Councillor Farr, thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, thumbs up, sir. Are able to vote? Or not able to hear us? I'm not sure which. Councillor Ferguson, you good? Thank you. Okay. Have you got it? Okay, thank you. So just ensure that you're in a private room, which I'm assuming all of you are, and that you're in camera at this point, that your other phones and apparatuses are off. And we're going to few minutes, obviously, for the defrosting of the glass and turning that awful sound down in the ante rooms, which is dreadful. And thank you all for kind of working through this. Much appreciated. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we good to go? Oh, Lauren, yes, you're not live yet. Bear with us, folks. We're just getting things set up to broadcast. Okay, I got thumbs up. We're live. Thank you. Members of council, you have before you item 9.2 and a motion to approve the direction to staff and maintain the confidentiality of the report. Can I have a motion to that effect, please? Moved by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you. And any comments or questions on that? Councillor Clark.
So I'll be very careful here because it is coming out of an in-camera session. I had concerns about the spirit of the motion, which was council passed in terms of separating legal information from what we would call operational information. I have concerns that this report could have done that. It didn't do that, and it now puts a few of us in an awkward box. My preference would have been that 9.2 be made public with some redaction to eliminate that legal advice. Since that didn't happen, then I have no choice but to oppose item B, and I wish to have it severed.
Item B. I don't know that we have an item B.
Yeah, 9.2B will be to keep the document confidential.
Oh, that part. Okay, you severed the two parts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an A and a B at this point then. So a motion to approve the direction to staff is the first part of the motion. So a mover for that was, I can't remember who moved it initially, Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. All in favor of that? And a motion or a vote is up on the screen. Thank you. Councillor Collins still identified as being there, but I'm not sure that he is. But Councillor Clark, thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, able to vote?
I voted in the chat, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at one time. I'm going back and forth trying to coordinate my brother's immediate fly-in from the United States. So we're voting on what at this point in time? We're voting on the...
We're voting on approve the direction given to staff. Okay. That's the motion right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Are you in favor, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. And then the second motion will be, you got all those votes in? Thank you. The second motion would be to maintain the confidentiality of the report. That's item B. All those in favor of that or opposed? And everyone able to vote? Collins, probably in the chat, approve B. Councillor Collins, Councillor Clark, thumbs down, thank you. And anyone else? Councillor Whitehead, able to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is that your, or
yeah,
did you vote? Okay.
I voted.
Thank you. We're going to turn back to Public Works Committee report. It's item 5.4. Councillor Danko, may I have a motion to receive and approve the recommendation within that report of the Public Works Committee? Wasn't there an amendment that we needed to do for that one? And where is that amendment? Sorry. I'm following it, and I'm on 5.4, and Councillor Danko's amendment to item 16. And I'm okay. Everybody has seen that amendment. So, Councillor Danko, your amendment on item 16, and then we'll deal with the report as a whole.
So the amendment on item 16 moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan in Ward 3, where abuts the Stelco property. And I will read it out. This is Stelco severances at 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton. Hold on a sec here. That the recommendation A of item 16 of Public Works Committee Report 20-012 respecting Stelco Inc. severances at 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton in Ward 3 be deleted in its entirety, and the following recommendations be inserted therein, with the remaining subsections being relettered accordingly. A, that staff be to advise Stelco that it will not satisfy all conditions of the Committee of Adjustments decision dated October 20th, 2019, including conditions 6 and 7, until and unless Stelco submits a comprehensive infrastructure strategy plan, a master servicing plan, with sufficient details to meet the private and municipal servicing requirements of the City of Hamilton to the satisfaction of the General Manager of the Public Works Department and the General Manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department. And 2, that Stelco executes a development agreement substantially in the form already proposed by city staff that is approved by the General Manager of the Public Works Department, the General Manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department, and the City Solicitor. And B, that staff be directed to advise Stelco that should it not satisfy all conditions of the committee adjustment decisions dated October 10th, 2019 by January 22nd, 2021, that any subsequent applications to develop Stelco's lands located at 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton, proceed by way of applications for a plan of subdivision or a plan of condominium. And C, that staff be directed to advise Stelco that any applications to develop Stelco's lands located at 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton, proceed such that amendments to the city sewers and drains bylaw number 06-026 and the city's website bylaw R84-026 are not necessary. 3 is recommendation B of item 16 of the Public Works Committee report respecting Stelco be amended and relettered as D. So this is just some relettering. And do I need to read the rest? Because I think you've already got all of this.
So everyone does have the document at this point. So I'm going to assume that everyone understands what the amendment is. And Councillor Whitehead, if you're there, if you could turn your microphone off, mute yourself, in other words, that would be helpful. And the amendment's before you at this point. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Okay, all in favor? Let's go to the vote. The vote will come up shortly. Sorry? I'll look after the speakers list. All good. Councillor Clark, thumbs up. Are able to vote? Did we get everybody? Sorry, can you help me understand what's going on? Carried. That's what I was waiting to hear. Thank you. Now on the report as a whole, Councillor Danko, a motion to approve the Public Works Committee report. I think that was already made earlier. The seconder, I don't recall who that was, but I
Councillor Vanderbeek.
clerks noted that. Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you. On the balance of the report then, any comments or questions? If not, to the vote. Thank you. Vote will pop up in a second. Here it is. And anyone having voting problems? Everyone's able? Okay, thank you. And we're on to the Planning Committee report, and there were a number of amendments put forward by Councillor Farr. Councillor Farr, if you would put them forward now and just in name and number for items 13, 14, and 15. And again, the amendments were all provided to members of council. You don't need to read them all, but if you put the motion forward and a seconder.
All in one, I will, if that's okay with the clerks and Councillor. No, you want them separate, Brenda? I'm seeing it. So 13 first off, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins.
Thank you. Did you want them one at a time?
Brenda does.
Brenda.
Councillor Johnson, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. My apologies. I'm just to be clear, is one of the 13th, because we've been talking about a bunch of stuff, is one of the 13th the Hamilton Rural and Urban Boundary Expansion item? And if it is, that's the one I need to abstain from.
Okay, thanks. Let me just have a.
Please, that's all I need to know.
Which one it is so they can just check back.
It's not 13, but I'm going to call it up now.
Sorry for the delay, folks. I just want to be sure.
Yep, no problem.
So 13, is this to me or the clerk?
Let's have the clerk have it.
Okay.
13 is?
Tertiary septic systems.
Thank you. And 14 is?
14 is, I think, what, appeal a lack of decision on Tribunal for Urban Official Plan Amendment.
Okay. And 15 is?
And 15 is, and that was a big one, 14. And 15 is same appeal for LPAT, lack of decision. Lands located at, that's a Flamborough item.
Okay,
thank you. I need to abstain from 14. That's why we need to, you can do 14 and 15
right.
together. Thanks.
All right. So on 13 and 15, Councillor Partridge, yes?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I would really like them separated because I am opposed to two of them.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so one at a time. On item 13, it's moved and seconded by
Collins.
And by Collins, all in favor or opposed? And are all the votes are in? Councillor Collins is indicating which is which. No, that was Danko.
Okay,
Okay,
14 is Ward 8.
14 is Ward 8, and all in favor of 14 or opposed. The vote will come up in a moment.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you. And again, we assume Councillor Collins is supportive of that. And on 15, once again, and supported or seconded by Councillor Collins. And the vote will pop up shortly. And there it is. Thank you, Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to all of them for 10 minutes if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have one more vote.
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
One more vote to
That was
trigger,
me
and then
trying
you
to
can
be
talk
funny.
all you want. After we do the bylaws,
I'm done. I'm done.
The bylaws, I'll put you on the speakers list.
No, don't do it.
I will take his. I'll take his airspace, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
after the bylaws, because that's when we do a motion to adjourn. Jeanette? Item 15, whose vote? Councillor Clark's vote on item 15. Thumbs up, thank you. You know, it's almost impossible to hear it with the mask on for some reason. It affects my hearing. Okay, back to 7. Councillor Wilson needed to declare, I believe, a conflict at that point. So we're doing a separate vote on item 7 as well. So on that item, all in favor or opposed? And then we'll do the report as a Councillor Collins in favor, yes. Councillor Vanderbeek, able to vote? Thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Able to vote? Thumbs up. Thank you. And now we're going to turn to the balance of the Planning Committee report.
Mr. Mayor, I think I have a conflict on item 10. You were going to do
10.
that separately too.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Item 10 then. On item 10. And again, everyone able to vote? If we need thumbs up, please show them now. Councillor Pauls, I believe, stepped away from, oh, there she is, sorry. Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you. All right, that's carried. And now report as a whole, again, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins, all in favor of the balance of the Planning Committee report. And again, Councillor Whitehead, thank you. Councillor Jackson's cheering because we're close to the end? Or, okay. Yeah, some want to stay. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We're going to turn to rise from Committee of the Whole, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
So my email is not working. I'm going by memory, but I believe the motion is that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
I think that is exactly the motion. It's moved by Councillor Jackson. And if you all be in favor, that would be really a progressive step. Thank you. The vote will pop up here. We'll get even more cheering from Councillor Jackson if we get past this one. And then the big enchilada, the bylaws. And then adjournment, and then we put Councillor Whitehead on the speakers list. On the bylaws, that's carried. Yes, sir.
Does that mean I can make up for all the lost time was cut off today?
You can, once you're on that speakers list, you can go on all night long if you like. Yeah.
If anyone wants to stick around the list, then they're welcome.
That's right. I think we'll invite people. We might even sell tickets. It could be entertaining. All right, so we're now at the bylaws. Councillor Clark, a motion on the bylaws as well, and knowing
So
that
the same thing applies.
knowing that your computer's not working, your motion would be that we approve the bylaws
as listed.
Right.
And that the clerk and the mayor be authorized to sign them and affix the seal.
There you go.
How's that? Is that pretty close?
That was good. That was good. It was very close. It was all the elements were there. All the elements were there.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
On the bylaws, no, good of you to do. On the bylaws, any comments or questions on the bylaws? Any number you would like to lift or raise? You're raising a glass already. Wait a minute, is that a gin and tonic? That's not right. Again, you're doing that again. First, it's what was it, a vanilla coconut cake, and now you're teasing us with gin and tonics. You're a mean person. On the vote, all in favor of the bylaws. A seconder was Councillor Jackson, because he's
it was me
into the gin and tonics. Or, of course, I forgot. Of course, it was you. It was Councillor Whitehead. I heard that very clearly. All in favor? God. And everyone able to vote? Councillor Whitehead, your thumbs up on the bylaws. Thank you. Councillor Paul is able to vote. Yes. Councillor Clark able to vote. You're not. Yeah, of course. Computer. Well, it went down at the right time. like at the very end.
Oh Lord, just shoot me.
I would say take a break from the computer for the rest of the day or the rest of the evening, and a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Jack, seconded by everybody else with enthusiasm, including Councillor Nan. Thank you all very much. All in favor, last vote to adjourn. Well done. I earned myself a bottle of scotch. Jeanette, I'm coming for it. Thank you. Good night. Councillors Nan, thumbs up. Thank you. All right. Yes and bye-bye from Councillor Nan. Merry Christmas from Chad. All right, Councillor Whitehead, you're on the speakers list.
That's why I abstained, because I just want to opportunity to speak.
I hope your mother's okay, by the way. Your mom okay?
Well, this is the step towards unfortunate. We're not sure how many weeks we got left with her. So that's why my brother, for the first time, is actually flying from the States, and that's why I have to arrange the 14-day
isolation. Yeah.
So because the doctor's basically saying it's time for him to come.
Right. Well, very hard. My strength to all of you as you work through that process. It's a tough thing to go through. So all the best to you and your mom.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care, everybody.